фотозйомка. Чи все в нас працює добре, всі технічні засоби? Чи йде онлайн-трансляція? Ще раз питаю. Добре, все працює. Всі готові? Всі готові точно? Добре. І спочатку невеличке відео. Залишайтеся натхненними. Залишайтеся сильними. Почнемо. Давайте створимо мережу демократії. І ще раз доброго дня усім. Рад вітати вас на першому форумі персональної демократії в Україні. Зі мною на сцені Наталія Гуменюк, надзвичайно цікава журналістка.
По форумі персональної демократії в Україні, і тут зі мною на сцені Якуб Гурніцький, який представляє і панство, організацію, яка займається контролем над урядом в Польщі і не тільки. So I'll skip to English. We are all very welcoming you here. So Jakub Górnicki with me from Poland, who is the founder of iPaństwo, a civic engagement initiative, and who is keeping the government accountable.
So they say.
They do? Are you?
I hope so. Do you want to say something in Ukrainian?
I've said that.
Oh, okay.
You haven't mentioned? That was Ukrainian.
Okay, okay. So this is the first time we do the PDF, like there's two hosts, so we have to work on our synchronization.
We try to it would be a bit of a revenge for tomorrow game. We try at least.
Yes.
I'll try do my best to have this revenge.
We were practicing, dances, jokes and everything. Okay, as I was saying, the Personal Democracy Forum was founded actually 11 or 12 years ago in New York. This is where the first conference began. 4 years ago, we've started to organize it in Central and Eastern Europe, and we couldn't back then imagine, and we couldn't be more happy that today we are here in Ukraine, kicking off the first PDF Ukraine.
And I was there a couple of years ago as a participant, and I really couldn't imagine that all these cool people who were there speaking about civil engagement would be here, and we will do PDF Ukraine.
Great, because some of you attended PDFCE, some of you spoke at the PDFCE, so when we started to think about doing it here, then we suddenly, oh, there's so many people from Ukraine who already was there, so there's already a little bit of the community, and this is the most important part of PDF, is first of all to gather people who work for democracy, who believe in democracy, who want to make it better, who want to make it good for the people, who also do work with civic technology, with open data, and are part of this ecosystem. And the whole PDF is actually about building a community of people who do those things for democracy.
So it's very good to have you here in this great place, Masterclass, which is a place for education and culture, and now for the high tech, for civil engagement, and all the other things.
Exactly, and before we begin, we have a couple of small technical announcements. First of all, if you want to join the conversation, and it's not if, just do it, please follow the hashtag PDFUA. In case you forget it, we printed it everywhere. It's below here. It's PDFUA, it's very easy.
It's also there.
Yes, it's behind me, and it's whatever. And it's on your badges, I guess. That's the first thing. Hold on, because I have free. Okay. Wi-Fi. We gave it a cool name, as you can see here. No Wi-Fi talk to each other. That's the network name, but that Wi-Fi actually is there. It's just, and the password is transparency. Okay.
And we first made it with mistakes in order you not Wi-Fi but talk to each other, but then we decided let's have it a proper passport.
Just in case you don't want to talk to people, you can actually use the Wi-Fi, but please talk. And we had a couple more things. Okay, just small details. Toilets are downstairs. We have volunteers in T-shirts with Personal Democracy Forum. Are there some here on the
be some. But
Yes.
if you would need,
so if you need
you will see
anything,
them.
ask them, they will guide you, they will help you with everything, and so on and so on. And going further, you know, we are really excited that we are able to start building this community here, and that, but it wouldn't be possible, and we want to take a moment to thank a little bit all the people who help us. So let's start with the sponsors whose great support made it all happen. We have Department of State, DRL, we have Stewart Mott Foundation, and National Endowment for Democracy. Thank you.
And we do have a number of partners here. So the TechSoup is supporting NGO all over the globe. Foundation I Państwo is doing more than just Jakub is here. And you'll hear some of their representatives, as also the representative of OPORA on the stage. And Transparency is also the network of organization.
Exactly. And our partners are Hromadske UA
And Personal Democracy Media,
and UNDP.
which is more than just a sponsor, but a
Yeah.
partner. And from the media side, the Platforma is a platform which supports us, BTV, helping with the streaming, and also Hromadske Prostor is with us.
Okay, so going further, we would like to welcome one of the first people who want to say a couple words before we begin with our keynotes and speakers.
But Olga will talk for herself. Olga Vazovska is the head of the board of OPORA, which is a great organization dealing a lot with such an important issue as elections, and not just that.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak in Ukrainian because there are too many people from different regions of Ukraine, and I think it will be friendly for them. Нам дуже приємно і ОПОРі, і всім волонтерам, хто долучався до організації цієї роботи, вперше в Україні розпочати такий глобальний форум. Я думаю, що це виклик і з іншого боку цікаво, тому що сьогодні в Україні дуже багато потреб, які стосуються впливу громадян на прийняття рішень, контролю громадянами органів влади, і дуже бажано робити це не в той спосіб, в який ми розпочинали 10 років тому як ОПОРА. Це було складно. Ми живемо в суспільстві, коли працюють IT-технології, коли є можливість з одного кінця світу передати меседж, повідомлення в інший, і це буде правильно. Також хотіла привітати всіх учасників тут, тому що насправді на цей форум подалося понад 400 українців, активістів з усіх регіонів України, тим не менше сюди потрапило близько 100. Я дуже сподіваюся, що кожен з вас зможе отримати ту інформацію, яку буде використовувати в рамках різних кампаній, моніторингу, адвокасі, аналізу даних і таке інше і тому подібне в Україні для того, щоб бути більш ефективним і більш впливовим. Повірте, коли вдається спілкуватись з різними міжнародними партнерами, різними організаціями і дипломатами, всі вони визнають, що громадянське суспільство в Україні, порівняно навіть з пострадянським простором, є дуже впливовим, є дуже організованим і багато в чому ефективним. Тим не менше, нам потрібно вчитись далі для того, щоб не деградувати, і цей форум є можливістю для того, щоб забезпечити ці знання, імплементувати їх в рішення і здійснити в Україні ті перетворення, які нам потрібні. Ще президент Кеннеді говорив, що там, де світло, клопи не водяться. Я думаю, що жодних порівнянь з українськими політиками в цьому контексті не варто наводити, але тим не менше, чим більше світла, чим більше знань, тим більш впливове громадянське суспільство України і не тільки. І нетворкінг, який тут можна здійснювати з нашими міжнародними партнерами і спікерами, буде нам в цьому допомогою. Дякую вам і гарного форуму.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, who will say a couple of words, she was really enthusiastic about PDF Ukraine, and she became a great partner who helped us a lot doing this. So please, Blerta Chala from UNDP, join us here for a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for being here today and enriching this forum with your voices and experiences in making democracy happen. I would also like to thank the partners for organizing this event. Key principles of this forum are principles that we all subscribe to, are principles that we all need here in Ukraine: transparency, accountability, good governance, responsive institutions, openness, a Ukraine free of corruption. And these principles are strongly implemented when you have open data, when you have an ecosystem of data and technology. These principles are principles that UNDP, United Nations Development Program, has been implementing here in Ukraine, but also these are endorsed globally by member states through the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda, which in particular through Goal 16 on peace, justice and institutions. And Ukrainian citizens, with millions of citizens around the world, joined the efforts on these Sustainable Development Goals, demanding honest and responsive government through this Goal 16. So how can we work together to ensure that we promote accountability, transparency, responsive institutions, access to public data, and we demand services to improve the lives of the Ukrainian people. And I'm glad we're here today discussing the open data, latest technology, and I hope that you can focus recommendations and answer questions, shared experiences. In particular, I would like to encourage you to focus on three key messages or three key issues. First, data is just a means, and it's not an end in itself. So when we have data, we have to always think of citizens at the center of the attention. We have to think of the citizens as the end users of the data. What kind of data do they need in order to demand accountability from government, from local governments, who are the first line of response? Secondly, how can we capitalize on the various technologies, the various innovations that exist in Ukraine and throughout the world? There is a lot of efforts in establishing innovative governance labs, crowdsourcing, crowdfunding. Ukraine itself uses, it has one very high internet usage. Over 23 million people use internet, and aged 15 and above, and 15% of these have smartphones. How can we capitalize on the SMS and other applications to strengthen accountability and to hold governments and other service providers accountable to meet the needs of the Ukrainian people, to demand better services, to improve their lives? And third, we always need to focus on the quality and the reliability of the data sets. Although we have been supporting online data portals, and presently there are 4,000 data sets from the government and 400 from the parliament, what is the quality of this data? How reliable is this data? Do we have the capacities in place and the skills to use the data to demand better services? So I really hope here today you discuss all possible concrete recommendations on improving this open data and identifying the best technology to ensure that Ukrainian people have the services which they need and they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person in this small session before we go into our keynote is
It works.
huge advocate for civic technology and a great supporter of NGOs here in Europe, Anna Sienicka from TechSoup Europe.
Thank you, Kuba. Доброго дня. Мой русский немножко хромает, украинский тоже, так я буду говорить по-английски. So I suggest if you need your headphones, then please use them. I will take you just a little bit of time and tell you why are we doing it and why are we here and how this initiative started. And basically, TechSoup, what we do, we are supporting civil society organization across the globe. We are very active in Europe, and we are running different sort of programs. And we always collaborate with partners. So whatever, I'm sorry, but oh, it works. Sorry, because the remote control didn't work. And we started a project in Ukraine, a couple of them in fact. We collaborate with OPORA, we collaborate with państwo, we collaborate also with GURT Resource Center. And basically what we do, we are organizing events, different kind of programs and projects. Some of it is related to donation software program that will start, that we just kick off with GURT Resource Center. But we are also opening project related to open data, and you can find some materials in your conference materials related to it. But I would like to talk a little bit more about Transparency Initiative. This is a project that we started over a year ago with our partners, with Kuba and państwo, and also with Zaston and Darko, who is somewhere here in the room, not sure where he is. But basically this initiative is something that we launched. You can find more under this address, transparency.org. And what we do, we are organizing debates, we are organizing meetings, we are helping NGOs to connect, and we are helping NGOs to collaborate with different stakeholders. We are scaling projects, replicating good solutions, but we are also conducting different sort of research. And then, why are we doing it? Because we do believe that the real change can happen if you clash views and if you clash different experiences, if you provide inspiration. So our events like PDF Personal Democracy Forum was already conducted in Poland. We're planning one in Georgia. This is the first one in Ukraine. We hope it's not going to be the last. There was also a point conference organized in May this year in the Balkans. And we are having those discussions with NGOs, people, activists, governments, anybody who is interested in transparency and accountability topic, because we think we are very strongly advocating for collaboration and cross-sectorial collaboration as well. So you can work on open data, but if you don't engage local government and if you don't open data, in fact, you have nothing to work with. And then on the other side, even if you open data, then if citizens are not able to use them, then the question is, why would you open data at all? When it comes to scaling, this is a project that I would encourage you to maybe look up on our website. It's Red Flag. This is a project that we're trying to replicate in Poland. It was started in Hungary by K-Monitor. I think Anita is somewhere here in the room, and she's the right person to talk to about that. And basically, Red Flag, what it does, it helps you to analyze and search for risky public tenders and procurements. Basically, this is a very efficient tool that is helping with anti-corruption. It works with Hungary, but the way we are working on it right now, it's working by doing. So we are trying to replicate it in different locations, so it could be used not only in Hungary, but also potentially in Ukraine or in Poland or in other countries. And when it comes to the transparency in itself, we treat it as a community open to anybody who is interested in learning, sharing, talking, changing experiences, supporting each other across borders and across different kind of sectors. And when I was getting ready to it, I was thinking, what is the best example of efficient community? What in fact community is? Do I know a good example? And I don't know if you're aware, but universitas means basically community of scholars. Those people decided one day that it's good to start their own institution that is going to support science. That's how universities were started. And I'm not advocating now, I'm not suggesting that civil society that we should start our own universities, but I do think that collaboration, communication, cross-border exchange of information is crucial if you want to have an impact and the social change. Thank you.
And when we start to speak about the it's all about the technique. So when we start to speak about the open data, there definitely should be somebody who had started it. So we are ready to start with our key speaker, whom we are very happy to have here. Eleanor Stewart is from Commonwealth and Foreign Office of the United Kingdom. Why she's here? they started to use the open data. They were the first government in the continent which had started to use the open data in a systematic way. Still 7 years ago, where we are not ready for that. So moreover, they have evaluated that. And we can to listen about the lessons which had been learned. So Eleanor, please, we are welcoming you here, and welcome to PDF Ukraine.
Thank you. Oh, brilliant with this headset. Okay, so openness. Why am I talking about it? Well, today, the UK is generally perceived to be one of the most transparent administrations in the world. We were the first to have an open data portal. If we just ignore the Americans, one with 10 data sets on it, we had 100 on ours, and it was 2 weeks later. We've legislated to release open data and improve our freedom of information laws, and we've mandated that everything is digital by default, and that everything has to be released in an open document format so that people don't have to have Microsoft or other proprietary software to understand what we're releasing and what we're doing. We're one of the core founding members of the Open Government Partnership, and we're currently running projects in about 28 different countries around the world through our foreign embassy network, working with civil society and governments to improve openness. But most importantly, our citizens are actually using open data every day, and they don't even realize that that's what they're doing. But we haven't always been like that. And to be fair, we did have an 800-year head start on citizen participation when we started with the Magna Carta in 1215, when a bunch of barons didn't really like what the king was doing, so they revolted effectively, and they told him what they wanted. And at the time he agreed, and then ignored it all later on. So 400 years later, we had another stab at that as part of our revolution and mandated freedom of speech, and we got it a bit better that time. And by 1812, we actually had all the proceedings of Parliament, in both chambers, being recorded and printed and available for everybody to see. So we have had a bit of a head start on that historically. But more recently, we didn't actually have a freedom of information law in the UK until the year 2000, which is significantly later than a lot of European countries. And at the time we thought, oh, that's it, great. Prior to that, we'd had this informal code of practice where citizens could ask government for things, and government would generally provide it, but they didn't have to provide it. So we legislated. And as I say, we thought, great, that's us done. We don't need to do anything else. Government's accountable, we're sorted. And then, round about 2008, various different media stories started dripping out about different MPs and their expenses and what they were spending their money on and claiming back on expenses. And a particular one that springs to mind was the husband of the Home Secretary of the time, who had claimed for a porn film in a hotel where he'd been on his own overnight, and we all found out about that. And that caused a massive scandal. And eventually, all of the data around these things was released, and we found out that our MPs were claiming for second houses, they were building houses for their ducks, and cleaning out their moats around their moated dwellings. They had 3 or 4 televisions, and this was all being done on the expenses that they were claiming are for us. At the same time, we found out that we were losing and had lost an awful lot of records. And effectively, we deliberately lost some of these records, and these were fairly fundamental to people's citizenship claims and other ongoing disputes around what used to be our empire. And we were wasting a lot of public money. Government IT projects in the UK were considered a joke because they just went on and on and on. They spent billions of pounds, and everybody in the street could do them better. So it wasn't really great. So at that time as well, the internet, Web 2.0, was taking off as a technology. It was beginning to happen. And we thought, how can government use that better? So we set up a task force to sort of investigate that. And it was called the Power of Information Task Force. And in itself, it was quite revolutionary. We published the report, we asked people to comment on it, and we published the government's response to that. And we used new technology, or wiki of all things, to devise some of that. But the key thing about it was the 4 recommendations that the report came out with, which were open innovation, open information, open discussion, and open feedback. Open feedback was about citizens being able to say what they felt about their public services and sharing that and doing that in an open forum so everybody could see it. Open discussion was about people talking about what government was doing for them, having a say in the policies government was devising, and actually informing it more regularly than just every 4 or 5 years as part of the election process. Open innovation was about freeing government up to use new stuff. But the most significant one was open information. And the report recognized that people needed to have access to the information to inform all of those other areas of openness and to actually understand what was going on in the country and what they wanted and the priorities that government faced. And that new technology would make that a lot simpler, and that the basic currency for that would be data and open data. There had been, owing to the new technology, a growth in the desire for information. This graph shows the increase in freedom of information requests. In addition, FOI, it had been around about 8 or 9 years, and it had grown quite significantly in the number and volume of requests people were putting in. And government and public bodies were beginning to find that a bit of a strain, and it was becoming quite bureaucratic and difficult to manage. Data journalism was just emerging. And the UK was quite a seedbed for that. And as I say, we've had various scandals, and people wanted to know more about what was going on. So everybody had a smartphone by this point. Well, not quite everybody, but anybody who was anybody under 35 anyway, had a smartphone or an iPad. And the internet connectivity across the UK was getting better. We had 3G technology. People were beginning to use it. We needed to get there, and we needed to release data in a way that worked. So in 2009, the then Prime Minister asked a chap called Tim Berners-Lee, a Brit, if he would help us look at how we released government data in a more open format that people could use and build on. And his objectives for doing that really were about increasing transparency, but improving public services and using that transparency to do that. Releasing the economic value of the data and information that government sits on and keeps to itself, and the social value that that can impact upon the way society runs and functions. And releasing some of the potential for the UK funds, UK skills development, and creating a new industry in the UK. So we started working. What did we do? Well, we asked people, what do you want to do with data? What would you do if you had any data? And they came back and said, we want to know where the public toilets are. Quite a good idea, actually, because there aren't that many public toilets in the UK, and you can't map them. So that was one idea. They also wanted to know about the schools they were sending their children to. We thought, well, this should be quite straightforward. We should be able to do this. The other thing that came back out of this competition was we want a copy of postcodes, which are the address files for everybody in the UK, and I'll come back to that later on, because that's been quite an interesting story. And then we got everybody in a room as well as this competition. We actually spent 2 days with a load of people in a room and asked them to show us what they would do if they had government data, so we could get an idea of what the challenges to them using that data would be, what kind of data would be valuable, what format it would be better for us to give them that data in. And they came up with this thing that was called a postcode paper, which was quite powerful, which gave, by every postcode of the UK, a list of the services in the region, how to access your doctor, what the crime statistics for your neighbourhood were, if you wanted an allotment, where your nearest play park was, and things like that. Quite a powerful idea. And on the back of that, we realized that we had to revise, if we wanted to release that data, the first thing we needed to do was to revise the licensing of government information, because in the UK, until that point, every piece of information government held or owned was owned by the Queen under something called Crown copyright. And people were only allowed to reuse it or do something with it with Crown permission. So we needed to change that, so we did. And we built something called data.gov.uk, which at the time had 100 data sets on it. They weren't brilliant data sets, but it was the point was that we could show them and they were there. And we could use them. And people started to use them. And this is January 2009. For some reason there was a crisis of the number of dentists in the UK, and you couldn't find one. So somebody built an app showing you where the dentists were. Somebody else built an app showing you where the number of people in the area had been served with antisocial behavior notices. They weren't greatly useful, but there were people doing stuff with it. And it was limited by the kind of data we'd actually released. And we get into what was an election period for the UK, and so by that point we've had the financial crash. The UK is entering a period of austerity. It's a very predominant political theme, it's a very powerful theme, and the entire elections, basically how do we deal with what was the deficit at the time. In addition, politicians were very keen on improving the accountability of government, possibly because their parliamentary expenses, and they'd been hammered, but also because they saw it as a way of saving money and driving down costs. It was the first election that social media played a massive part in the UK. And as I had mentioned, we've already got smartphones everywhere, and they've got even more predominant. So we have this election on the 5th of May 2010, and eventually 6 days later we got the first UK coalition government on the 12th of May. And that's where we see the shift from the terminology in the UK from really about open data to transparency, and we start calling it more about transparency. So everything from that point becomes transparency. On about the 20th, well, I think it's probably the 19th of May, might be wrong, it's a bit hectic, the new Prime Minister, David Cameron, stood up and announced that he was completely committed to greater transparency in the UK, and it was going to drive improvements in public services, an information revolution, and it was going to change the way the economy ran. Now, there were lots of reasons why he was committed to it, but basically, ideologically, prior to the election, it had had cross-party support, and it was the right thing to do. But don't lose sight of the fact that it's a lot easier to cut people's public services if you've told them and you've shown them and you've shared with them where those resources are going and what you're spending them on, and asking them to help prioritize where those cuts can be made and what they don't need and what they do need. Makes it a lot more palatable and people feel a bit more involved. And we started to see something called, what we've now called the Transparency Temple, where we release the open data, get data users using it and doing stuff with it and translating it for people. Citizens can consume that, and that can support accountability, can improve public services, and it can change and release its economic and social value. As part of his pre-election promises, within the first month of being elected, David Cameron made some very specific promises. I don't expect you to read all of these, because there's an awful lot of them, and it's very small font. But they were about how all of government would release specific types of information, and that included all spending information on a monthly basis. Everything that government or civil servants used a credit card to buy would be, and it was over £500, it would get released. The energy usage that people were using in government buildings, that was going to get released. Details of public contracts, that would be released by departments, no questions, it would just happen. Including what senior officials were getting paid, who they were, and who worked for them, and what they did, was also going to get released. And that particular one about individuals' pay and grades for senior civil servants was released within a month of making this commitment. It was quite a challenging objective, but we did it. In addition, every department, and there are 26 central government departments with various agencies and other bits underneath them, and then there was local government. Everybody, without question, should have an open data strategy. It should focus on the information that was already in the public domain and how you make that more usable and you should be looking at what citizens also wanted in addition to that. We also had to commit to changing how we collected and managed some of our data in terms of data that was charged for. And an example is the weather. So at the time, we charged for the weather data. So you could look out the window and see it was raining, and you could guess it was going to rain in 10 minutes' time. But if you wanted the data that told you that, you had to pay for that. And we needed to look at how we collected that information and how we funded that before we could release it openly. Another example is our mapping information, which was similarly challenging. We had to build a request mechanism that was out with or in parallel with the freedom of information request to allow data to go out and people to access that slightly more quickly. Because our FOI law has a 28-day turnaround time. And quite often you won't get what you ask for in those 28 days. You'll get an answer and an exemption as to why you can't get it, or you won't get what you're expecting. And so as part of it, we started to look at how we reformed those laws to make it better, basically. And we legislated eventually in 2012 to say any data that goes out as part of a freedom of information request has to go out in a reusable format. We defined what we would charge for and why we were charging for it. And we consolidated some of the stuff around licensing and reuse and the open government license that the UK now has. Great. Departments had to do this. Departments had to report quarterly on how they were delivering these open data commitments to Parliament. This is a snapshot. It's a very well-chosen snapshot from my perspective because it's the only period where the Foreign Office actually met all the commitments and hasn't got a red column, which matters to me. It shows I have done something since I got there. But also, we have to look for data that matter to citizens. To make this really work, that's an ongoing process, and it's an ongoing dialogue with citizens, and that's where civil society plays a part. It's not easy for government to do this releasing of data at all, and I think there has to be an understanding of both sides. And certainly in the UK, government has got data and it's got it on legacy systems. And so you can get, and this is from my experience, you can get quite fixated on releasing data in a technical format that's reusable and matters, and you spend a lot of energy doing that. And I did this with the aid data, which the UK is committed to publishing all of our aid data to the International Aid Transparency Initiative standards. And I had the information, and I was focusing on getting the data into the technical 4-star linked data format to do that, and in the timetable which we publicly committed to do it. And we did that, and we're on track. So around about May last year, I thought, yes, we've cracked this. We've got this data out. We've made the timetable. It's brilliant. It's out there. Everybody will think I've done a brilliant job. And everybody did think I'd done a reasonably okay job, until 3 weeks later, when these are the front pages of the tabloids, and you realize, actually, all I've done is slightly cause a problem for the Foreign Office, because I didn't look at the content of that information, which I'd just taken off the systems, and it doesn't really explain what the Foreign Office is spending that money on, or why it's doing that, or why that's helping the UK in achieving its objectives. In fact, the story about fish and mating for a fish in Madagascar is about how the UK put some small amount of money into helping the Madagascans breed an endangered species of fish, because there happened to be another one of that species in London Zoo, so we managed to make that breeding program work to protect that species ongoing, which is actually a very good news story. It didn't play well in the media, and as you can expect, the Foreign Office as an organisation did not like the fact that this is how it's portrayed, because it feels it's damaged the reputation of the Foreign Office, and in some ways it has. It has not made it look good. And that's an example of how it's not easy for government to release this information. That's triggered us into a massive cultural change programme about thinking about what government puts on its systems and how it describes what it's doing. That's a big change for a lot of people. But what does it mean for citizens? Because it's a bit more interesting than what it means for government. You can now see in the UK who is government, what they get paid, who's moving where, who's moved from what senior job to the other senior job, or who's left. You can see how many people report to them and how that operates, and that's released every 6 months. You can also see who's paid more than the Prime Minister, and as I say, that was 172 people in May 2010. It's now down to about 40 people, and those 40 people are probably justifiably paid more than the Prime Minister out of the public purse. They have responsible jobs that are non-political, and that's probably more fair. I can see exactly where my taxes go. I can see whether they're going into healthcare, disability benefits, or I can see whether they're going into the schools, or more contentiously at the moment in the UK, I can see what's going into the EU, which is a critical point. But I can also see the terms and conditions on which we spent that and the contracts we've signed up to do that. That's particularly powerful if I look at the technology sector. And at one point in 2012, 80% of government IT spend was going to 6 suppliers. It's not great for small businesses. It wasn't allowing them into the marketplace. It also wasn't great for government because we were locked into very big long-term contracts which were not value for money. So it wasn't really good all round. That's changed, and we can see how that's changed, and we can track that. We can see emerging trends societally in the UK. We can see that metal theft became a valuable commodity, and we can see why people were stealing it, and we can begin to tackle that and identify issues to prevent it. As an individual, I can see healthcare providers and their performance. I can see which hospital I'm happy for my family to go to, and which one I don't want them to go to. I can see that by type of procedure or care or specialist area. I can also see why my GP practice is better than the one down the road that I left and why I moved. I can make those decisions and make an informed choice about it. But also in the healthcare sector, because we've released this information and we've tracked and we've released publicly the mortality rates around heart surgery, we've been able to actually see why monitor the rates of different surgeons, but also different units. And we've been able to see that some units don't perform as well and identify why. And we've been able to close those units and move resources into better functioning units and therefore create better specialist areas and improve people's healthcare and actually prolong and save people's lives in some instances. I can also see exactly where crimes are and what's happening with them. So this is a map of an area in London, and I can see that in my area there's about 17 instances of crime in April 2016. This is last month, 2 months ago. I can drill into that and see that 3 of them were in my street. I can drill further into that and see what kind of offences they were in my street. I can also tell you that that's 3 more than there were last year in the same month. So I have questions about what crime provision I'm getting. I can also then see that this violent and sexual offence, I can see what's happening with that. I happen to know that that's when my neighbour got assaulted by a lady dropping her child off at the local school, and I can see that that's still being investigated, and I can follow that through and see what will happen with it, and whether it gets dropped or whether it gets pursued. Talking of the local school, I can look at the schools, and I can see that in my area there are 4 primary schools, and I can drill down and see exactly by Ofsted report, which is the school inspectorate, or language, or the diversity makeup of that, and all the statistics around that, and why I would make a particular choice, and which one I would prioritise to send my child to. Transport. Everybody in the UK now has some form of transport app on their smartphone, and that is entirely based on the data that the Transport Network has released. This example is about London, where Transport for London invested £1 million in releasing the data, real-time data for the network of where every bus was, every tube, every train, every tram, every boat. And they've also built some apps themselves. And thought, oh, we'll better build apps so that this data gets used. Well, they've stopped building apps because so many other people have built apps. But they've also tracked that the return on the investment for that £1 million back into the London economy is 58 million, so it's 58 to 1. That's through people getting to work better, it's through improving the way the network works, it's through being able to understand which buses work best on which routes and how they make that more efficient, and the people standing at bus stops and how they get onto that network. And it solves problems when there's a major transport failure in particular areas and what the alternatives are. And people use that, and that's used every day by a lot of people. More recently, we've started to look at how we take this beyond government information and into the space of the private sector. And so one of our particular things that we are concerned about in the UK is driving out corruption and how we solve some of those problems and tracking some of the money flows around the world. And to show our support for that, we've released all the company data for all our registered companies in the UK as open data. So I can drill into this, and I can see that this individual is the director of a company. It's actually director of, I think it's 28 companies. I can also see when their next set of accounts is supposed to be filed, and I can see what those accounts are if I want to. I can also see it was declared insolvent. What I can't see, unfortunately, well, actually I can see if I go back to the individual, is that he was declared bankrupt. So I can see that he's not actually a company I'd want to invest in or do business with. And I can't see he's been corrupt. What I can't see is that he's been convicted of fraud. But I could gather the information that he was not a great businessman from everything else that's there on Companies House. And that enables us to track money flows between different companies and identify shell companies. I mentioned aid transparency. It's linked to corruption, but it's not just about that. We're very keen that not just our citizens can see where that aid money is going, but the recipient countries can see where that aid money is going. And they can use that to inform their own budgeting and resources to improve the lives of people around the world. And this is an example of how Uganda have used that in terms of tracking what comes into their country and how that gets allocated. You can also see who owns what property, and this is something we're working on at the moment, is releasing our land registry data and who owns what in the UK and where they're based. I can look at all the geographical data that we're working to release. And this tells me, it's just a slide shot of historical sites, because it's something I'm particularly interested in, of all the conserved buildings, registered listed buildings, where the World Heritage Sites in the UK are, where the battlefields in the UK are, and historical sites of interest are. I can do that for scientific interest, I can do that for anything. And I can download that and I can use it for what I want. We're releasing a lot more environmental information, and people can use that to build apps. Flooding is becoming a much more common occurrence in the UK recently. And so this app, which is actually built by the Red Cross, alerts people when there's an issue to different parts of the country, and you can monitor your friends and family, or you can see what's going to affect you. It's just another example. We've released a lot more environmental data around bee populations and water quality and all sorts of types of data. And people are using that, and they're building apps, and that's great. And citizens then take that on and they use it. And as I say, they use it without realizing it's coming from open data, and I think that's good. Travel industry use it. Industry is using it to inform the way it does business. It feeds into its information services, generates intelligence, and the travel industry use the FCO alerts to determine travel insurance premiums and various other levels of risk. And we're helping break down barriers around exclusion. So this is about new technology and open data being used to change traditional barriers to deaf people. It's this particular app, but breaking down some of those barriers. But it's not just about data. We're also talking to people. And it's now commonplace for government to blog about what it's doing. If you look at the Government Digital Service, they blog about what they're doing in the development of the government website, gov.uk. People can comment on policies, and they can engage. We have formal participation routes. We now have a petition site where somebody can start a petition, and if that gets 10,000 signatures or sign-ups, that will then spark a debate in Parliament, and it gets discussed at the highest level. So there are formal routes as well. What we're going to do next? We've done it all. We haven't done it all at all. We still need to stimulate more demand from citizens and businesses for data and how they use it, and we still need to work with public servants to get that out. We need to work on the quality of our data. It's an ongoing battle. We have issues with legacy systems and other areas. We have to work out, and we have been trying to work out very carefully, and again, technology keeps changing, and this keeps this live and real, some of the privacy issues around personal data and identifying individuals and how we manage that and anonymize the data we release and what that means. We're promoting the use of data, and we're spending a lot of time informing and promoting dialogue in the UK. And I think we're seeing real results in the way the citizens become engaged much more in politics. We saw that with the Scottish referendum. We're beginning to see it now. So, to summarize, we've not got there. We still need to work on the quality and usability of that information. We are working on the cultural change and releasing that information, and we're educating the officials around it. But we're constantly battling a changing landscape. We constantly need to encourage people to use that and do innovative things with our data. But we know it's the right thing to do, and we're committed to doing it, because we do believe genuinely that openness is a powerful value that the UK is proud of, and that government should be all outside and no inside, as Woodrow Wilson said. So that's what we're doing, and I hope that gives you some ideas and inspiration for what the power of openness can be. Thank you.
Eleanor, thanks a lot for an inspiring talk. It's a lot about what people can do. So we are rounding up this, the keynote. So in 20 minutes, you'll have a chance to consume more speakers. And there is something Jakub should tell you.
Yeah, I can do. Well, I can get down the stairs.
Yes, we'll be back here in 20 minutes, but before that, can you stand up? Stand up? Stand up? And now, what should we do? What should we do? No. Find a person next to you or close to you which you don't know. Look around. Look around. Do you know someone? And just say hi. Just say hi. Where are you from? What do you do? What do you do? Invite them for a coffee. We are back here in 20 minutes, okay?
So 11:25, you're here. See you then.
Yes, my word. Oh. Should I? Can I intelligent than this? No. Yes, should I? Okay. I don't have presentation. Great.
Kuba, you ready?
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
Okay. We'll start in 10. Hold on, Kuba, hold on. I'll ask you. Just do it slowly on the steps, you know? Okay. Welcome back. Hi. And we have a movie. One more time. Welcome back. Okay. I can see that those 25 minutes of coffee gave us much more energy. Great. So, okay, we won't be standing up right now. You've just seen, because we'll have 4 amazing speakers in this session, and I have the privilege to introduce you the first one, and it's always a problem to introduce Kuba Wygnański, because he has done and he's doing so many things. But Kuba is a Polish activist. He helped to create the NGO sector in Poland. He's also a philosopher, a thinker, who runs Shipyard, which is a social innovation center. And we invited him here because he, on the other hand, he does a lot of things with technology. On the other hand, he still, I think, remains a little bit skeptical. But it's always fascinating to talk to him. So Kuba, please join us here on the stage.
Okay. Yeah, part of my disappointment. Should I? Oh, tu jest tasiemka. Sorry. Oh, there's time running. That's a discovery. Okay. Part of my disappointment with technology is a lack of PowerPoint, but I'm still using that thing. And I don't want to disappoint you, although I was introduced as someone who is about to be skeptical. I think that's my specialty in a sense. I won't talk about the 5 risks, and I understand here that you are here to charge batteries, to see what works, to basically amuse yourself, to believe, etc., etc. And I'm trying to, part of my work is an expectation management, put it that way. So let me start with the introducing, not myself, but it's easy to elaborate on this whole concept of a personal democracy forum. And we are in a very unique moment, not only in Ukraine, but in the whole territory of Europe, but not only Europe. And I always think like, what was the biggest kind of a prediction mistake ever? It was obviously Fukuyama who said history has ended. The deliberate democracy is kind of a natural point of gravity of the history. Now we see that history did not end it. It's fast and running faster and faster. Nobody's controlling it. It's created, at least at my soul, a kind of a how to say, almost kind of a hysteric feeling that we know so little about future and it's changing so fast. What we know already is that no old strategies do not work. We need new survival skills. Geopolitics is different. Things are getting faster. And we are appreciating very much something which is a kind of a meta competence, which is a resilience. It's basically understanding of where you are. It's not opportunism. Resilience is something bigger. It's related with the persistence, being able to stand up, but not in a sense masquerade your mistakes on or the wrong turns. I would talk about five risks. First is a democratic fatigue. I think that we live in a world where on the one hand, in this country, people are ready to die for democracy. On the other side of the border, people are basically kind of bored with democracy. We see something which might be called the democratic fatigue. We see consequences of democracy, and we have to embrace them. It's either Hungary, Poland, US, a few days from now, UK. We see democracy in this kind of a poorer version, which is majoritarian democracy. Even the Bolshevism is basically concept of the winners will take all. There are new actors. We are losing quite fast. We are losing trust in the traditional representative democracy, and we are seduced, also using democracy, in the dangerous path of the direct democracy as the kind of the solution for everything. So the first risk is the risk of democracy and its nature. Part of this is also the risk of democracy treated too personally. And as I treat it as an personal democracy, you can say that one of problem of democracy is very often it's too personal. It's individual, it's egoistic, it's narcissistic, it's about demands. It's very much about the distribution, not contribution. It's aggregative, basically you calculate and you think the mathematics will do the rest in terms who is right, who is wrong. It's very also based on the tribalism. It's not so much based on the solidarism, if you like. It's very much about me. And that meaning of a too-personal democracy is a recipe for catastrophe, in a sense. Because on the other hand, it creates a kind of a responsive, opportunistic politics. Democracy has its own internal destruction gene, if you like. It's very, we treat it as obvious. It's not. It's not. And there is once I used that thing, I like the Plato thing on the democracy. And Plato was not a big fan of democracy. He introduced, but he was in this kind of a conversation, and he's saying, basically mocking democracy in one of those kind of a walking conversation. Democracy is a basically situation where cosmetics is more important than gymnastics. From that point of view, as there are some people who are the public figures also, it's so hard to win an election by saying what people should hear, as opposed to speaking of people want to hear. So this kind of a political opportunism creates this type of a democracy which internally has its own kind of a destruction genes, if you like. There is, in that moment, dilemma of whether we should basically somehow be offended by this kind of a democratic outcome, or we should embrace it. And I think what we are doing here is trying to find this higher road, if you like, the thinner line of a democracy of a bit different nature. By different nature, I understand it is a participatory. It's very much based on not on a vote, like a collecting votes to win. It's based on a voice and opinion. It's different. It's not the one every 4 years to seduce enough people to have those ballots. It's about the kind of it's kind of a continuity, as opposed to kind of a casino type kind of a investment. It's not aggregative, it's deliberative, in a sense that we are not thinking that our initial moral instinct of what is a public good is enough. Maybe in market, but also there are some skeptics about it, this kind of a beautiful self-controlling mechanism of everybody running for its own purpose, for its own profit, not harming others, it's enough to create a self-balancing market. Public goods do not automatically appear as a collective outcome of individual or group egoism. It doesn't work that way. I'm not, is a whole question about whether we are more liberal or Republican. I'm very much advancing in the direction of the more communitarian model, and it's very useful, especially for cities, where people are actually debating what is needed for the city. It's always a kind of a contract. It has a very strong stress not only on rights, but also on obligation. And if there is a kind of a hope for democracy, it has to be tried to find, not trying to also to say that representative democracy is wrong or direct democracy is wrong, but try to take this more kind of ambitious way to save it. Risk number 3, that we, as NGO, as activists, we are more part of the problem than a solution. And being a bit brutal, I know, and I think that, and I'm in this business for many, many years, probably more than 25, that is a risk of, there's a kind of a most cruel kind of a bottom line of what happened in Central Eastern Europe was, we were hoping for civil society and we have NGOs, You know what I'm saying? It's that it's not, we obviously are self-interested to say that it's almost the same, but it's not. But it's not. So we are risking ourselves to live in a kind of a small enclave, being a childish, a bit naive, seduced to toys, a bit cynical. We feel this moral supremacy of a government. We always say that we are part of our relation with the state, and this is the most complicated thing, is based on a mistrust. We think our civic duty means that first of all, we should control, trust and control. That's the very important category. But also, Plato also in his kind of idea, he said, and his idea of what should be a kind of a perfect kind of a setting, it's not democratic. He has the special figure of guardians, and it is very important because fundamental question was who will be the guardian of guardians? And I think a lot of people here on this room are people who self-nominated themselves as guardians. And the question is how strong is a mechanism of guardians to guardians? And I think it's a very, very important question. Basically, in that part of the world, you have this kind of a tendency to understand relation between the civil society and the state as a zero-sum game. And we are living, at least in Poland, like I say, in this kind of a spiral, death kind of a, how to say, korkociąg, whatever. You have this, with this, that's going down and down, of mutual mistrust, state and the citizens. Unfortunately, we need each other. And there's a minimum trust element needed to basically trying to help each other. We cannot do it individualistically, if you like. Risk 4. It, in terms of the governance, is a trying old trick, so to speak. So probably since you are living a kind of a bureaucratic time, you will see a lot of people trying to advise you on this new public management by basically shifting from bureaucracy to corporation, if you like. I think the one thing you can skip in your trajectory is skip the chapter, at least be very critical about that thing. Because it's not about the whole transformation, about turning people from clients to consumers. It's very much about making them citizens, and it's not the same. And hopefully, I mean, in Poland we lost, I think, like 10 years at least, in that kind of over-promoting a kind of a new public managerialism, if you like, as a main paradigm of the governance. It has different forms like now. It's very much about being local. It's more, and this kind of a governance is very complicated because it's based on not on a hierarchy but on a network. It's almost oxymoronic to say governs the networks. It's organic, it's natural. It's very much politics based on rather, if you like, pull than push. It's more about the motivating than delivering. It's more about sharing than waiting to be hacked. And exactly with data, you have this kind of a philosophy. A lot of people here, they have a natural instinct to basically hack the data. And then you have people who are basically in the government saying, okay. So they shift, they make this kind of a leapfrog to say, maybe better to share that data. Maybe it's basically better to be hacked, it's use it for the purpose and for the good of the citizens. But mentally, this kind of abdication, if you like, is complicated. And the most complicated, I think, internal process for people who are in the government, central or local, is that the root for that is an abdication. Abdication in the sense that you trust others, that you believe that others, including organizations, are partners, not your clients. And you, even though that you naturally have the rent of position, of resources, you're trying to understand that having others And appreciating actually the difference of opinion, not actually the same of opinion, is the best investment for future. Because that kind of living, if you like, diversified network of people, self-control mechanism, internal, if you like, immunology of the bad government is important thing. And I think for government is a complicated thing to understand this kind of a moral aikido to say that asking people, it's not the proof of being weak. Asking people for solution. Many people all over the world in government, asking people means like, it's kind of a conspiracy against me. I should know. Very often, we don't know. And it's nothing wrong about it, because the problems we have in front of us, so-called wicked problems, old strategies don't work. We don't know. They don't have optimal solutions. History will not say nothing about how they will be solved in the future. So in this kind of collective effort, but mentally to say that asking, admitting that you are insufficient, it's a proof of being strong, mentally for government is very, very complicated. Risk 5 is technology. This kind of a toyism, I would put it, toys and gadget. I can talk for hours about how it's work. I've made it even days, since 1990 something. First NGO database, first cloud for NGOs. In 1994, Clone started something called Bees for Beehive, which was basically the cloud for NGOs to run their web pages, etc. Vote Smart, Right to Know, Volunteer Match, Fix My Street, Portal of Public Consultation, Moja Polis, Our Cash, which basically provide information about the spending, and apps for Warsaw, which will be probably illustrated here. I've been there, and I know how powerful they might be, but also how limited they also might be in terms of the resources committed vis-a-vis outcome. They are good sides of technology. Would you add me 3 minutes? Obviously, they create new actors, new heroes, new models of power, which is more about uploading than downloading. It's much more open for the kind of a collective intelligence as opposed to individual. It's created new models of self-organization, actually being very risky for non-profit organization, because it naturally, 20 years ago, associations, those type of the institutions, have a monopoly to attract people who have the same feeling, passions. Now, in an instance of seconds, you can find people without creating any intermediary organization. It has also, obviously, the other poor side, if you like, but there is obviously the kind of trigger of self-organizing is accessible for everyone. But there are also bad parts of that. I'm about to write a techno horror, if you like, because I'm thinking about it. It's like a famous coda from the Montaigne in 17th century. He wrote his famous diary. In the end, he said, I'm playing with my cat, and what if the cat, if she is playing with me? And my kind of understanding is, I understand the wearable thing, but I'm not sure who is wearing whom, if you like. And I'm very skeptical about where we appeared in the technology. We are so smart in terms of the how-to question. We are so powerful, but the question of purpose, the question of why, it's kind of a completely in atrophy, if you like. I mean, I'm advocating for 30 years of abstinence from technology to stop and think why we use that thing. And it's not only about computers, obviously. I have a whole list of, but you should appreciate it. Tools looking for problems. There's a traditional garbage can model in science. The people have tools and they look for problems. Too software, I call it. Too much data, hypertrophy of data. I mean, there will be a lot. I myself have a big appetite for data, but data itself, it's just data. I mean, it's not enough, definitely. New exclusions, narrow casting, which means that basically we talk to each other. It's based on the algorithm, many other things, but as opposed to the broadcasting, internet very often narrow casting. It's even closing us in our kind of echo chambers, in the people who think like us. And the algorithm obviously very much support that thing, that we always find that place. A lot of tones of individuals, self-occupied, based in the present time, complete idiots. In the Greek word of the idiots, Greek word meaning of the idiots is actually people who are taking care about themselves. That's why you have idiots, idiomatic, idiosyncratic. Idiot basically means that you are just occupied with yourself. And we are so much occupied with ourselves. There is less and less meaning of the mass communication. It's the tones. Every single phone is an antenna, is so many means of a mass self-communication, but also it's created kind of the over-prompt. You can hardly recognize what is important, what is not important, etc. So there are, tons of the thing of which I think should be somehow contemplated by us if we don't want to trap ourselves in this kind of virtual fabricated world. And last is a coda, as I have 20 seconds. It's about where we are somehow in Ukraine. I think it's as many people from Poland. I mean, we are very much somehow, what sympathetic it's not, but kind of I think solidarity word is a good word for that. We see your trajectory. And sometimes I thought, just basically for me, as being at that age, going to Ukraine these days is like a time travel going back to Poland. But more and more I think about the whole transitology. I think every trajectory is completely idiomatic. That's a good news for you. It's idiomatic. It's not linear. I mean, I was, a year ago, I would use the Dahrendorf famous saying, I called it 6660, which means Dahrendorf, in 1989, he wrote about the changes in that part of the world, in Central Eastern Europe. You need 6 months to reestablish institutional order in terms of the laws, free elections, freedom of association, blah, blah, blah. You need 6 years to revigorate market and 60 years to rebuild the civil society. But the promise was that the time is working for us. Now you see it's not. It's not linear. It has shifts back. It has 2 steps back. So, I mean, it's just waiting. It's not enough. That's what I'm trying to say. And one of confusion. We met a year ago with, in Warsaw with Oleg and others. And it was like, I was proud that day to say, okay, maybe you have a tough time, but it's enough to say to wait 25 years and we'll be in the same moment. I'm not sure so much that is the case. And I understand more that the process is non-linear. It's like a gravity and grace. You have to work and paddle and fight even constantly. It's not given. It's not given. And I think especially in Ukraine, I see a lot of, I was yesterday just like, why you are not having all those crazy flags where you are in a football match with Poles? Well, we always do it, even if we're losing, we have this match for honor. And I was thinking, maybe there's something in that, because I was here half a year ago, and I also see a lot of pathos. And pathos and apathy in Greek, they are 2 parts of the same word. And I think maybe you are just basically, how to say, tired with that. And that part of going from pathos to apathy, it's a very unique moment, because sometimes it's easier, however strange it means, to die for a country than to live for the country. While your patriotism is basically not measured, it's measured in the simple fact whether you pay taxes. I mean, those are the boring things, for example. And the soul, and whether you trust or not trust your state. So my understanding is right now that there is a long way in front of you, in front of us. I wish you all best. We export to Ukraine recently Leszek Balcerowicz. I was wondering who might be Jacek Kuroń, and you have to have one, because if there is a kind of a secret sauce for what's happened in Poland in the first few years, there was not only Balcerowicz, but it was also Jacek Kuroń, who was able to explain people why it's needed, why the sacrifice, etc., etc. I don't know whether you have those figures, but definitely you have. If you want to have only, you cannot do it with one thing. So to finish, I say that we also have as an organization called Shipyard, our kind of commitment. We start work with OPORA here. And our understanding from very beginning is that it's nice to be here and to have this short speech, but my understanding is that we have to build a kind of something real. We have a plan to work together at least for 5 years to build something. We have in Shipyard something called the Laboratory of Public Participation, but it's not to imitate, it's not to copy. It's basically to create a partner organization which has the elements of the self-control, and it's not directed by anyone, but it has this kind of an internal compass, if you like, to do whatever is needed. And I will happily in these years believe that we exchange happily the small surplus of experience and skills with your courage and your passion to do things. Thank you very much.
Applause to Kuba. And Kuba, still a short question to you. So, in the long run, what gives you hope?
My kids, obviously. No, this trouble me. It gives me hope. You know, because I don't want to trap myself in the religious and philosophy, but basically my understanding and my kind of a moral compass is either you can take it from the mystic or the Albert Camus, which said basically that the easiest answer is to say that there is no other way. I mean, even if you, is a kind of a tragic, but you have no other choice than try, in a sense. There's the other way, I think it belongs to St. Augustine, I think. He said, know that nothing depends on you, but act as if everything will depend on you. I mean, English is rusty, but you understand that it's a mix of being committed and at the same moment being very modest about how much you can achieve. I think it's the recipe for people like you guys.
The good one. Kuba Vignansky, the Shipyards Poland, the Unit for Social Intervention and Research. And we are happy to welcome here Tin Geber from the Engine Room, Croatia.
Yep.
Tin is traveling around the world. He knows all the trends of the civil tech, works in Latin America, works in Africa, and we really sure that after this presentation we would know more how Ukraine can become the part of the movement from all the inspiration Tin will bring.
Hopefully, thanks.
So please, greeting to Tin.
Hi everyone, thank you. And before I start, if you could give another applause to Kuba, because he was amazing. Kuba, thank you. I couldn't have wished for a better act to follow and also for a tougher act to follow. So thank you, I guess, for that. Okay, I'm Tin. I'm with the Engine Room. Yeah, we work globally in supporting organizations to integrate strategically and tactically technologies into their work. And I'm here to talk to you about the trends in civic technology, the trendy trends in civic technology. But the first thing that I wanted to talk about is what we even mean by civic technology, because it's a really broad subject. And I'm sure that if I asked any of you, everyone will have a slightly different view of what civic technology actually encompasses. So at the moment, what peers that I trust and respect are defining as civic technology is that it's the use of technology for the public good, which again doesn't really help in focusing it, but it does help because it kind of puts us in the driving seat of this presentation, speaking about the civil society and the social change organizations doing technology towards transparency, accountability, and so on. There was a research done by the Knight Foundation in 2013 that was looking into investments in civic tech, and they counted around $430 million being invested in civic technology. But the thing is, within the, let's say, hat of civic technology, they were also considering peer-to-peer sharing platforms like Airbnb and information crowdsourcing platforms like Waze, which basically took off the biggest chunk of those investments. So we are not talking about those. So this is our title, and it's nice and dreamy. And this is me nicely dreaming about it. I thought this would be funny for me. Actually, it's kind of creepy, so let's move on. So what are the trendy trends in civic technology? First of all, there are many groups that are doing excellent work in collecting everything that's out there in civic technology, and it's a lot of things. So only recently, this year, Matt Stempek, Director of Technology for Microsoft, Director of Civic Technology for Microsoft, Micah Sifri, co-founder of the PDF and current founder of Civic Hall, and Ellen Simpson, Director of the Civic Hall Labs, have started work on the Civic Tech Field Guide. You can see it on that link. And basically what they're doing is they're collecting information about what civic technology platforms are out there. And at the moment, they have collected, through the help of other practitioners, and they went to TikTok to collect information to PDF New York and so on. I think you can also actually visit that link and provide your own input as well. They collected, up until now, 387 projects split into 33 different categories. This is actually the screenshot of the spreadsheet. And you will see there's a lot of overlap. There are many projects working within the same categories, like crowdsourcing, constituent to government communications, and so on. So trend number one, proliferation. Many people are working on civic technologies, so all over the globe. So we are assuming that we are all moving towards good results out of it. Not necessarily. So the NGM did a research in the past year with our partners and friends from South Africa and Kenya, and it's called the Tool Selection Research, and we're basically trying to figure out how organizations that do projects based on tech actually select the tools that they are using. And we also asked a bunch of questions about how they selected tech and also what was the result of their project. And half of them said that nobody actually used their platform, which is, half is a lot. And we'll talk about this a little bit more, but there are also, experts in the area that are also being, increasingly critical about civic tech and the possibilities of civic tech. This is a beautiful quote from Josh Tauber, who is the founder of GovTrack.us and a million other civic tech projects. He's been in the scene for, 10 years. And this is what he says in one of the blog posts that he wrote about about improving democracies with civic tech. If you wonder why you don't see your idea out there, it's because it didn't work the hundreds of other times somebody tried it. So I guess trend number 2, disappointment. Aww. So, there are silver linings, and there are things that can be looked into on why things are not working. So in our research with the tool selection process, we asked these 3 questions to the groups to see whether they did research around them. And the first question was, did you do, before choosing the tool and building your tech project, did you do research on your audience, on your stakeholders? The other one was, did you do research around the problem you're trying to solve? In terms of, have there been other projects, non-tech related, that have trying to address it? What's the advocacy stance at the moment, and so on. And the third question is, did you do research about other technical solutions that are out there? Unsurprisingly and unfortunately, almost exclusively, the groups picked one of the 3. And I think only 3 organizations actually tried to do research in all 3 areas. And also unsurprisingly, the organizations did research in that area that they felt most comfortable with. Tech organizations did tech research very well. Organizations with a strong user base, with a strong stakeholder base, did the research on their stakeholders. But there was not a lot of overlap. So I built a Venn diagram that shows the overlap between users, the problem, and the tech. And so this is a problem, because if we think about civic tech, we have, in the name itself, we have civic and tech together. But if we have organizations that are siloed within their own expertise, we risk, for example, people not using our tool, or the tool not being adapted to the advocacy purposes of it, or, for example, the tool not being the right tool for our constituency. There is a recent research, very recent, from the World Bank, written by Tiago Peixoto and Jonathan Fox. They were analyzing how ICT projects that were enabling citizen engagement with governments, when those projects would actually have an impact on improving governmental accountability around those projects. Like, when is it that institutions actually care? And they found out that tech projects can help with the capacity of institutions to implement change and to act upon what is being collected, but only if they already care about it. In the cases in which a tool was built that showed a real problem, but there wasn't an open door in the institutions, the uptake was minimal. Many projects failed, even if they had strong points and strong advocacy. Since there was no door towards the institutions, nothing really came to fruition. And I see that as encompassing within the problem bubble, the ability to have open doors, and the ability to open doors towards institutions and being able to talk on the advocacy level. So theoretically, we can't afford to not have all 3, but we also probably can't afford to have all 3, like literally with the money. It takes a long time and a lot of expertise to actually become experts in one of these 3 areas. And as much as we all would like to, be riding unicorns and throwing money at people, that's not usually the case. And sometimes those finite resources we do have, if we want to focus them on an area of expertise that's not ours, for example, in a tech project that where we as an organization don't have enough of expertise to allocate those resources properly, we might just waste those resources because we don't know exactly how to spend them. A moment of silence for the raccoon. That's the saddest GIF I've ever seen. So, I know. So, I mean, what would make sense, of course, is building collaboration with different organizations working in the same area that have skills that we lack, so that together we can you know, hit all three areas. Easier said than done. First of all, because it's again a question of resources. The resources aren't much. If we're working in the same field, we are probably going for the same funding as well. And so that's the main problem in the question of how to build strong and meaningful collaborations with other groups is fundamentally a question of trust. How can we build and create trust with another organization so that we can have an actual concrete collaboration instead of, you know, like an arm's reach collaboration. So what we will propose is three kind of dimensions on how to build trust effectively. The first one, organizational transparency. And this is not government transparency, it's our own transparency. Being open with what we are, what we do, how we do it, successes and failures, warts and all, so that once we want to actually build a collaboration with another organization, they know what to expect from us, and we know what to expect from them. Linked to that, we have proactive openness. By that I mean an actual plan to always keep open. And again, this is not only about open data, it's not about, you know, using the appropriate formats. It's first and foremost about the mentality of openness going forward. And the third part is the responsible use of data. So if we are building tech projects and database projects, and all of us are somehow, somewhere collecting data about our constituents, automatically that means that we need to create systems where we protect that information because we want to protect the people we are, you know, fighting for. And if we make a collaboration with another organization, we are basically asking our constituents to trust them as well. That's why a responsible use of data and a responsible, open and transparent and clear a process on how we collect the data and process it and make sure that we protect it is important, because that way, on a two-way scale, we can have, we can ensure that protection. That's Leonardo DiCaprio, by the way. I'm very happy with that gift as well. And so, with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to spare, the key takeaways: users, problem, tech, the seldom overlapping trio. Collaboration, that therefore is vital and smart, and trust is key, but it's also hard. And trust can be built through organizational transparency, proactive openness, and responsible data usage. And I will leave you with a list of fun things to read that come from, that inspire this, this presentation, like this presentation. That was very meta. You can access it on that link and take anything you want from there, and I will be putting more links into that. The Josh Tauber's blog, so you want, blog post, you want to reform democracy, really good. Laura McKellen, which I didn't talk about more, but she's a great example of how to look into human-centered design and design thinking when building civic tech projects. Tom Steinberg, former ED of My Society, wrote a beautiful piece, sort of tangential to what we are talking about, but I think really smart in learning, again, how to speak openly and aggressively about what we do and stop being so polite. Matt Stampeck, Towards the Taxonomy of Civic Tech, is the blog post that collects that Civic Tech Field Guide spreadsheet and the Civic Tech Field Guide at the end. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome.
Wow, we have still 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Hold on, because I have a question for you. So, okay, it's on?
It is on.
So when you think about civic technology, and you said also a lot about trust, how do you balance civic and tech between each other?
Yeah, that's kind of the point, right? It's how to find the right balance between the two is it feeds back to the discussion of the three overlapping areas. The civic part is the part of like that's what we are focused towards doing. Like that's the advocacy part that we want to do, and the technology part is what enables it. But the importance of creating a really deep network between that and making sure that we actually are using tech towards civic and not the other way around. By the way, Kuba, thank you so much for your points on trust and for your points of problems looking for a solution, because that's kind of the main point. So yeah, deep integration and hopefully collaboration between groups that have one or more expertises that can connect with others.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are already waiting here the Yuri Nazarov, who is the advisor to Kyiv mayor, and he is the co-coordinator of the Kyiv Smart City. And he's here basically to explain us what is that, what is Kyiv Smart City. Yuri, you will speak in Ukrainian, so please start. And we are very, very curious.
Hello, colleagues. I can speak English or Ukrainian. It's Українською?
As you wish. Як хочете.
Okay, I'm sorry for my not clear English, but I'll try present in English. But my presentation was prepared in Ukrainian. Okay, you know, we have initiative in Kyiv, Kyiv Smart City Initiative, and we would like to build a modern city with using of modern IT technologies. But in range of this presentation, I'll be more focused on e-democracy, yeah, because the name of this forum is e-democracy, and that's why I'll tell you about projects that we implemented and that we implementing now in e-democracy area. And when we started Kyiv Smart City Initiative, all of our projects was focused more on e-democracy and after that technologies. And in this presentation, I will not tell you about for example, Wi-Fi in metro, in modern technologies of payment, etc., that we implemented and implement in Kyiv City. Okay, what about e-democracy? I'll focus basically on project like open budget, e-purchases, e-petitions, participating budget, requests of citizen discussions, citizen information, and some words about Kyiv Smart City Hub. Okay, when became mayor of Kyiv City Vitaly Klitschko, the main task was from him to me, person who responsible for IT in the Kyiv City, is opening all of information for citizen. And first project was open budget, and we divided this project on 3 phases. And at the end of the third phases, for example, now you see all of on Kyiv City portal. Now you can see all of information about incomes and expenses from city budget. For example, in different districts, for example, in hospitals, in schools, etc., etc. And as a result, now you have all of information about contract transaction. Yeah. How much money, whom, and when was spent. Now we see all of suppliers, now we see information about all of purchases, and now we see all of agreements with suppliers. And now we see all of financial information that process in city. Next interest project that we started is e-purchasing, based on Prozoro system, you know. And if you know, this project was started based on Kyiv City. And we started this project past year, as I remember, in April past year. And now all of city administration will work in this system. And what about saving? I show to you figures. For example, now we have about 20% saving of Kyiv City budget, and now we saved about 120 million hryvnias. It's amazing figures, and we saving this money. And as you know, since August of this year, we started make all of purchases in Kyiv City budget, and we expect about and we expect saving costs about 1 billion hryvnias per year. This money will spend for social project, for transport, etc., etc. Next interest project is integration of open budget and purchasing system. In this case, Kyiv City Treasury will not able, for example, payment if you buy goods or services not through platform Prozoro. And this is a good control result for us. And next, what about opening data? For example, now we have about 30 data sets on edata.gov.ua. From another side, we have developed a lot of API for accessing to data to our systems. For example, we developed an API for the open budget system, and now all of developers and all of companies can develop own solutions for analyzing, etc., etc. Next interest project in e-democracy area is a petition. We would like to involve citizen to management at city, and we would like that citizen influence on the decision making in city. And one of suitable and interest tool is e-petitions. We started this project, and you know that for approving petition we should collect about 10,000 votes, and after that Kyiv City Council would like to make a decision. Petitions were divided for different areas, for example, transportation, social area, etc., etc. Now we have about 300,000 users that participate in petitions, and now we have 29 petitions, and we Kyiv City Council reviewed 26 petitions. And this is very nice tool, as we see, this is very nice tool for influencing on decision making and for involving citizens in living in city. Next, participating budget. Participating budget was implemented this project past year, and as you know, budget for this year was approved and was reviewed and approved according to voting of citizen. And this is interest tool. For example, you have questions, about 24 questions, and all of questions divided on different areas. And you define how much money for which needs you would like to spend. And according to this voting, we decided and we understood our budget committee in Kyiv City Council gave this information, and according to this information, budget for this year was approved. Next, contact center of city, Kyiv City. Yeah, you know we have short number 1551. This is mayor service, and for example, every citizen can call and ask different question, yeah, or make claim, or for example, you know that we develop mobile application for all of platforms, yeah, iOS, Android, and Windows Phone. For example, if you have damage or if you see hole on the road, you can photo this hole and send to contact center, and the contact center will transfer your request for response services. Next interest project in e-democracy area is discussions. Yeah, there are a lot of questions in city, a lot of protocols, documents, renaming of streets, for example. You know, for us is problem now, unfortunately, post-Soviet names of streets. And using this tool, our citizens discuss different documents, different projects, and participate in this project. I see that about 21,000 citizens. Next interest project is informing of Kyiv citizen. Every citizen would like to know changing on transport, yeah, different information about, unfortunately, warm water, etc., etc. And we, in collaboration with mobile operators, we implement this solution, And now you can subscribe, for example, for different information, and you will receive this information immediately on email, or, for example, urgent information you will receive using SMS. And of course, one of social direction of this project is blood donors, and you can subscribe for this and receive all of information when our hospitals need blood for citizens. Next, of course, we are looking to our technologies in Kyiv in complex, and you know we have group, we have working group, Kyiv Smart City Group, that includes civil society, experts, business, presenters from Kyiv City Administration, and we developed a concept, Kyiv Smart City, where we defined 5 key areas that we would like reform. Yeah, this is utilities, this is safety, transport, medicine, and e-governance. And all of our projects now focused on these 5 areas. And one of sub-area, of course, is e-democracy that includes in e-government. Of course, absolutely logically was opening space, place of innovation, where citizens can discuss problems and tasks of city with business, with government, and we started Kyiv Smart City Hub. This is place that I told where citizen, government, civil society, business discuss problems and tasks of city. And we divided our Kyiv Smart City Hub on 3 places: innovation and discussing center. Next, incubator, where we implement projects based not only on open data, yeah, because we are opening data. And next, Kyiv Smart City School. We propose absolutely different courses for citizens, for IT persons, for children's. For example, we have for children's, we have coding for children's. We have building of City of Future for children's program, etc. Yeah, and that's why now we have complex vision and we have complex understanding how Kyiv City will become smart city, and how Kyiv City will use and implement modern IT technologies. Basically, that's all. Of course, I focused on only 5 TICS projects, but we have about 30 projects. You can visit site kyivsmartcity.com and look to this information. And I invite you to become smart citizen, because you know smart city first of all is smart citizen. Yeah, and I invite you, all of you, to Kyiv Smart City Hub, and I propose to you to make our city modern and comfortable for living. Thank you.
Yuri, дякуємо. Thanks a lot. But there is one question. How do you measure impact? How do you know that citizens are engaged and it works?
As you remember, I showed to you figures, yeah, for example, involvement in e-petition, etc., and every service has some quantity on users, yeah, and that's why we measure involvement of citizen, quantity of users of every service.
Okay, so that is a quantity. Okay, thanks a lot. It was Yuri Nazarov.
Okay, it works. Hold on. We will sing now.
We will sing?
We will sing now, yes. Are you ready?
Tell me what?
I don't know. This is for our next speaker. He will put his notes here. Okay. Our next speaker, 3 years ago, took a risk of introducing first open data policy in Poland. But for past over 20 years, he's a civil servant, and for past 16, he is the mayor of Gdańsk, which is a huge and beautiful city up north in Poland.
Huge?
And huge, yes. Huge and beautiful, yeah, you see.
Beautiful,
500,000.
500,000 people, exactly. And we asked him, we invited him here today so he can share his side of the story of how the city is opening, what are the struggles, what are the accomplishments. So without any further hesitation, Mr. Paweł Adamowicz.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, my English is not very good. My Russian is not very good, and I prepare some reflection on the paper. It will be some concert, only 5 pages. You know, I am mayor. I started 26 years ago. And let me, at the beginning, some personal story. 26 years ago, I was a 25 years old graduate student of law at Gdańsk University of Gdańsk. For the first time in my life, I was elected councillor of Gdańsk. I was very proud. I was very, you know, dynamic young man, but I think I feel dynamic still. Man, but not young. Me and my colleagues, we had no experiences with local democracy. You know, we had no experience how to manage a city. Completely, you know, open. Open, it means without any experiences, any knowledge. All what we had was a desire and determination to make city of Gdańsk and other Polish cities a great place for living, for happy living. A place for residents would be happy. The happy is the main key to the story, to the future and to the past. Our ally was enthusiasm and confidence showed to us by residents of Gdańsk. Our main opponent was so-called Homo Sovieticus, the term coined by Mikhail Heller, the Russian thinker, and Polish Józef Tischner. In the Russian language, it means Sowiecki człowiek. Do you remember this? You understand this means. Everybody then had at least a bit of Homo Sovieticus in his or her soul, including me too. I knew that restoration of civic society would be a long and difficult process. How did we reach this goal? Our answer was the honest dialogue with residents and rebuilding social integrity. Dialogue and cooperation for improving the nearest neighborhoods, a nicer backyard, a new playground near a school, and so on and so on. Honesty and integrity were not values endorsed by the communists. What was critical in our actions were good intentions, engagement, transparency, credibility, and trust. No matter who leads the change, politician or activists, he or she has to learn new things every day, every week, every month. The true leader seeks for allies for the change he or she is dreaming for. I think Polish experience of transformation is universal in many ways. This is why I would like to tell you about two main risks for reconstruction of civic society. The first risk regards to the government, the central government and local government, in whole government. Paternalism towards citizens and NGOs is a natural tendency for the authorities in post-communist societies. In Poland today, it's still a risk too. The government likes to think it knows better and has to protect society like child. We know better what is good for you because I'm mayor, I'm prime minister, I'm president of Poland, of Ukraine, and I knew better than you. Of course, it's not true. It's not true. The government who wants to regain the trust of society should demand more from itself. It has to be transparent. It has to avoid Byzantine style of governing. You know Byzantine, many cars, bodyguards, you know. I'm very important man, you know. I feel this when I come, for example, to the Kaliningrad, for example. It has to be modest. Modest, I think, is very important value now in our post-communist society. Modest in style of working, modest in style in communication, you know, very important value. It should not make social organization depend from a system of grants. Corruption and nepotism are the other great risk in the time of change. The central government should limit itself. It should delegate as much power and money as possible to local governments. Vice central government can be a great supporter of a newborn civic society. It can help restore social capital. You know, social capital is other very important category. The second risk regards non-government organizations, because all medals have two sides. Social activists and organizations are fundamental for the democratic reconstruction. They are apostles, bringing good news to the civil society. You are apostles, the new civic news. It's very important. They usually work among a passive society, among people who don't trust each other. They work with people who are not resistant to populism, nationalism, and simple solutions for complex issues. NGOs should be patient and persistent, should avoid radicalism and populism. NGOs should care for the independence from political parties and politicians like me. You know, cooperation is important. It's very important. But remember to keep a distance. You know, half a meter. Adamovich here and you here. But distance is very important. Credibility and trust are the most precious thing NGOs can have. It's very easy to lose it. It's very easy to lose it. You remember, engaging too much on the side of politicians or government. Because, you know, we collected trustness, credibility for the long time. But it's very easy to lose this credibility in one moment, in one day, in the 1 hour. We are in Kiev, the capital city of Ukraine. Most of us here live in cities. We should do much more in our cities than just care about our streets, sidewalks, and infrastructure. A city is much greater thing than just a place of generate wealth of its residents. It's very complex, living body that we need to keep it. We need to improve well-being of residents living in our cities. So, how to restore and develop activity of the civic society? First of all, we need to find out what are dreams of single residents. It's very important. Mayors, ministers, MPs, President of Republic must every time, every day asks people, what's your dreams of Gdańsk? What's your dreams of Poland? What's your dreams of Ukraine? It's very important. Our friend from Warsaw said about it, that asking is very important mechanism in civic society, in democracy. Always, then we need to find out what are the needs and aspirations of social groups. Always remember that the best foundation for the happy, satisfied society are strong social relations. You know, in Ukraine, in Poland, we have a problem with trustness. And trustness we must practice all day, every time. Only physical relation is a good way for restore of trustness among our citizens. Let's create space of empathy, friendship, and trust among people. Without trust, we won't be able to build strong yet limited state. There will be no competitive economy. Without trust, there will be no happy cities inhabited by happy residents. Who can be your allies in the reconstruction of the civic culture and civic society? Let me name 5 them. 1, all democracy-oriented activists, non-government organizations, foundations, informal groups, unions, student association, employers associations. 2, members of universities, academia, schools should promote best practice. They should not engage in politics. They won't, because they won't lose their credibility. 3, Christian churches can promote ethical attitudes among the society. Parish councils can be the place where people learn how to engage in local district life. Remember that every church is tempted to ally with a government in order to gain financial benefits, prestige, and influence. But church can teach generosity and engagement too. Of course, we know in Poland now we have a problem, but many bishops, many leaders in the parish, you know, like very much contact with the government. They looking for some benefits, and it's not good for the churches. It's not good for the religion. 4th, of course, free media, people creating culture. They are the pillar of democratic culture, the civic society and state. And 5, finally, the government, local government and second government and officials. if only they are aware of their role in democracy. They may be important partners for the civic society. However, social and political leaders of change may fall into many different traps. To name just a few them: civic culture lacking deeper roots, social elites are uncertain to their role, lack of the role of models. All this exposes the social change to risk. I see here in this hall many leaders of the future, good future. It's a great honor for me to be here because you remind me the time in my life when I started to build democracy in Poland, in my city of Gdańsk. I deeply believe you are the people who will transform Ukraine into the stable, prosperous country. It won't be an easy task. You must be patient. You must be steadfast in changing your country for better. Find allies and never ever be afraid to lead the change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pavel, so we live in the time when, also thanks to the technology, things are moving very fast. While in order to have the trust with the people you work, and everything you speak, it's a lot about this sustainable development, results in the long term. People want to have very fast results, and sometimes they get disappointed when they work and work and work, and you don't see these short-term results. So what do you do with that?
This is, of course, a big problem. I remember very well my last election. It was 2014. I rebuilt my city of Gdańsk. I built a new stadium, you know. The final championship in football was in Gdańsk, you know. Many fantastic investments. And in my election, I had 2 tours. You know, before that, I won in the first tour. But my election, I had 2 tours. And, you know, it was for me a big lecture. Why? Maybe I spent many times with my citizens, but I think maybe I must more time spent directly with my citizens. I think maybe people think that Adamowicz is too proud man. Maybe Adamowicz made some mistakes. And for me, it was the lecture for me very deeply. I think in Ukraine, the situation is that your point start is from another level. And I feel that citizens in many cities, they will proud of any positive, you know, change first. But I think the most important is a new style of policy, new style of activity of politicians, Ukrainian politicians in each cities in Ukraine, and of course on the central level. People must look that the political culture in Ukraine is change. I think the people waiting for the change of relationship between politicians in the central level and the local level.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank
Pavel
you.
Adamowicz, the mayor of the great city of Gdańsk.
Thank you very much.
and we have it. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you think you know everything about civic technology, or you think you know everything about the things which are happening here in Ukraine, our next speaker will always know more. So it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Yuri Lisowski from the Civil Network OPORA.
Okay. Let's add here. Yeah. Okay. Hi everybody. Before I will start with the clicking over the cool initiatives and projects, I want to say that like before IT works, the openness works. And here at present the head of the state archive, SBU, the head of the archive, like who is opening it, all the stuff. And I think it's like very important. That's where all starts. Like, do you remember maybe the last week there was an article in the Ukrainian-Russian internet which is called like, you know, the murder happened. It's about the guy who just wanted to understand what was going on with his grandfather in 1930s. He was like killed by NKVD. And like, see, he went to FSB to Russia and told like, you know, there is a murder because that was illegal. It was known as illegal. And that's where everything starts, actually, from my perspective. And so the first thing is the SBU archive opening. That's a screenshot not from the website, not from the official website, but that's an amazing job. That's a lot of documents about the Chernobyl and like to let people know what's actually happened there. Because before that, before 2016, actually, we never know what was going on there. It's like in the 30 years we've got these 32 documents opened and given us way more light. And as I heard, there is a lot more, and that's like the capacity and the resources issue to open everything. But like, you know, it's always the resources issue. And from the general openness and like as an approach, we can go to some transparency. Like, I'm sure you know a lot of the stuff I will show you. I want only to mention that like, I'm not going to show you something very new. I wanted to emphasize the importance of the things I'm showing. So, you know, this public procurement and the corruption as a huge issue in the country. And this thing is claimed to resolve all our problems there. And I'm happy we have it. And I'm happy like people start using it more and more and more. I've read Moldova wants to use it also. So like we're even like, you know, distributing some kind of anti-corruption among the world. That's so cool. Another thing, yeah, this amazing data portal spendings. And I know a lot of happenings all over the country just because people were looking through transactions of their cities and finding the stupid things. I'm sure all the Ukrainians did something here. Like, who did not look, who wasn't looking for something from his city? Please raise up a hand. Okay, okay, there is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so like everybody knows this. But what's good here is the possibility to work for the people and to do something where, like, to give some added value to these horrible numbers of expenditures. And so now I will go to the smaller examples. So like the Pavel Adamovich was talking about the apostles, but I am the evangelist of one of the guys, who is Yevhen Vasilenko from Kryvyi Rih. He's over here. I'm happy that he could come. So he does a lot of interesting openings on the expenditures of his own city, Kryvyi Rih. And what is nice, he explains it simply. He builds the simple but very understandable diagrams. And I really want this to be shared all over the country. Like, I'm going to Rivne and talk to Rivne people, like, here, look, it's so nice, it's so simple. Just like take it, like, copy this, please. And like, I'm trying to like sell it to everybody I can, because that's where all happens. Even more, he shares the code. Because like he's not working more in Excel or like something like this, he uses some kind of coding to build these nice diagrams, and he shares this. That's another value I'm also like want you all to do. Like if you do some research, if you do some analysis, please share the code with us, with everybody. That's very important now. And that's a good example how to do it. It's totally understandable, and I'm pretty sure you understand what's going on. Like you don't understand what's going on there in details, but you can read the descriptions and see what's going on. So that's very nice. And yeah, the another blog from Andrei Gazin. It's again evangelist. I'm trying to sell it to everybody. The text, yeah, and this blog. It's nice. Like I've got a lot of information from here. Like I do some coding, and like I'm very happy to get some like new libraries, new ideas, or how it can look like. It's so cool. Please follow him. Follow him on Facebook, on Twitter, and like on the website. That's like he works in TechSoup Europe, which goes further, and he does some analysis, some visualizations, and like I will go through it a bit forward. Okay, and then going to other things, and other transparency things. The corruption and the declarations were a huge issue and still are. And I'm pretty aware, you know about the crowdsourcing project of like recognizing all the data from all possible declarations. And also like the Chesna they did this crowdsourcing for the declarations of MPs. And it's all on our portal. It's usable. Like you can code and look how it works. You can make your researches or games. That's what Texta did. And raising issues, explaining them into interesting way. I know this project will be multiplied to in other countries now, because it's totally cool. Using the database of declarations, making a game, not the horrible visualization, but a game to explain people like, look, here what's happening. Look, that's what will go on further. Another important things about the openness. When you have a lot of data and you don't know what to do with it, it's like my point of view. Make a search. Put it online and make a search within the data. We also do it in OPORA. And you know, like everybody in Ukraine knows, that's a Minions, and that's a database of all the MPs' assistants from the third convocation, I think. So like a lot of people, you can find your friends here, or enemies, or I don't know who else. I want to emphasize, that's a good approach, and what to do with the data you have, and if you don't have enough, like so much resources to build something fancy and hard weight. Just to make a search, it's always helpful. And if possible, build some kind of API or something so any other people can use it and add to your own. Okay, and then how it works, or IT works actually. After this amazing team of TechSoup Europe gathered a lot of things. And they're not doing only the coding. That's important. Don't only code, please, in your apartment or in your office. Go outside. Do something outside, please. Like they were traveling all over the banks of the city Kyiv. That's a huge travel, and did this visualization. A lot of text here. That's all nice, understandable even for me as a user. And yeah, further. Again, the huge data analysis, like that's like big data, yeah, big data analysis, and the visualizations which were made and which were really helpful, and again, like promoting Texty as a team who can make amazing visualizations, and they are not only doing something, they also sharing how they do it. Like I've seen there is this knowledge database on the website, and like the people are sharing the process, how they do it. Please, again, share the process. And like I also promise to do it by myself, to share the process and everything what can be done. And another things which are really cool in a country, and I'm not sure you've seen this. But that's again about the Kryvyi Rih and about the amazing Yevhen Vasilenko. So like from his Facebook page, I understood that the city Kryvyi Rih, it's like a catastrophe zone, and that's something horrible is going on there. And then like that's my perspective only, not official one. And so he shows this in details. Like, do you see how much smoke from the chimneys of the city like is generated there? And like, you see how far it goes from the city actually, and that's all the smoke. So that's actually, to be frank, the first time in the Ukrainian internet I've seen the person was doing like the satellites analysis. I'm pretty sure somebody else does it. It's just I've seen it first time. And like I cannot overestimate it. It's nice visuals. It's totally understandable. It's with a line, and you can see how influential it is. And he has some kind of visuals about the forests and the amber problem of the west of the country. That's all is open source. These pictures are open to everybody to just start looking at them. And he is here. Please talk to him. Ask him how he does it if you don't know how to do it. Like, catch him up. Get his experience out of him, because he is sitting over here. Please use his time here, and like that's an amazing thing to do in the future in Ukraine. And from data like analysis and visualizations to some statistics. Another great example. Like, you can do a lot with the statistics, and this visualizes the, let's say, the normality of the Ukrainian MP according to his position in the voting in the candidates list from the party on the last elections. And that's simple. It's not a complicated visualization and analysis, but it shows you that the first 10 in each list are not very cool. Okay, and then again, the other Vox Ukraine project, VoxCheck. To be frank, and again from my own perspective, that's the first fact-checking project in Ukraine, and it like should be mentioned. And about the stats, what's important? The Ukrainians know about this amazing Kryvyi Rih elections. That's a city of 700,000 inhabitants, and there were like 3 rounds of elections, but like legally it can be only 2. And in the second round, the winner did something which was claimed as a fraud. But like, I was looking for some evidences from his team and couldn't get it. So we started, like, we crowdsourced with a few people all the data from the polling stations and found amazing things. Like, you know, in general, if it's random, if it's going on and like there is no external influence, all the polling stations which are like shown here and the turnout there and the candidate's result here should be something like this cloud. There should not be this disruption. And what I seen here, and it's understandable, this nice polling station which is totally out of any trend here. And then I started looking for it, and you know, there was an actual and simple fraud. Like, there were 2 polling stations there which had like 440 number, not 444, not 445, like 41. That was like the very like even and simple number, and that was the understandable fraud. And like that's how you can understand that that guy was losing like on 2 polling stations actually only. But the total fraud was like claimed from all over the country. And is it difficult to start? Then the one nerd from OPORA team started to like build a scraper for the biggest news portal in the country in 2 hours. And then what you can do with the data? Like, you can simply visualize them. We scraped this portal for all the corruption news in like from 2005, I think. So there were like 3,000 news about the corruption, and 537 of them had the regional connection. So like visualize it in a simple way at least. Like, you can see Odessa is a top 2 in the corruptions according to the news from the portal. And like, you can do all these things, it's simple. Yeah, I'm fine with the time. Yeah.
So, Yuri, still there is a question. You know, it's all very great. You reach a lot of people. The internet is spreading all over the country. But what you really do is that you do not stay in a bubble of the people who are already high tech, who are already involved, and that is more that there are the others who don't have access, that they get engaged.
Like when I have a possibility to talk to people who are like there are a lot of people who are disturbed with what's going on in the country, and when I have a possibility to talk to them, I'm always showing these great examples. Like literally, I'm opening computer, like look, you can do it also. Like you can do it this and this and this and everything else. And that's not only the NGOs people, like that's like the people who care about what's going on there.
So basically, we move around the country with your laptop and showing what is there.
Yeah, like actually, yes.
So I think all of you can do that, and there is a game Jakub wants to propose.
Thank you.
Thanks
one more
a lot,
time,
Yuri.
Yuri. Hi. It's me again. You know what to do. Come on, let's stand up. Let's stand up. You can stretch a little. Get ready because there is lunch waiting for us. But before that, one more time, just find a person which you don't know. You can hug that person now. We don't have to say hello. You can hug that person. It's like, hi, I'm Jakub.
Should I hug you?
Yeah, and now we can hug,
Okay.
And now, come on. Where are the brave people? Come on. Oh, we have the first huggers over there. Bravo. Yes. Awesome.
I see somebody is not hugging. You are shaking hands. It doesn't work that way.
Just don't hug the politicians.
Okay, so we are back.
Okay. Guys, we have lunch. You can now run to get your lunch,
And we are back at 2:10.
Yes. We'll be calling you exactly in an hour. Oh, yes. Sorry. Hold on. People who came here from other cities than Kiev, your reimbursement is waiting for you outside. Because not all of you picked it up already. Okay? There's like 10 people or 12 who still need to do that.
Отож, всі, хто мають отримати кошти за свою дорогу, так само ззовні ви можете це зробити. І повертаємося за годину, 2:10.
take your seat, please. Don't be afraid to come to the front. There will be special prizes for those who actually do that. Okay? Paulina, Alicia, come here to the front. Come on. Be the example. Be the example. Thank you. Krzysiek. Marta, can you do the last call outside and then we will start? Okay, thank you. Oh, there you are. Just
Hiding.
And on free. I will. Hold on. No, you're introducing. Okay. Wait. What? Yeah. Jura, play the movie. We have DJ Jura there. You see this guy? He's our DJ today. And 3, 2, 1. No, come on.
It looks more important.
I know. Just. Oh, we have to get rid of this.
No, we have to.
That stays here?
Yeah? I think
Do you want it here?
no,
Natalia, no?
don't need
You
it.
don't need it. Okay. Can we get that movie? Okay. And audio? Pum 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 pum. And? Yeah! Hold on. Okay. Hello again. Natalia.
So we're coming up to the second session, and I'm absolutely happy and delighted that you will have the chance to start it with the person of the great organization. And even if I hadn't been the head of this organization, in that case, I would anyway say it's the best online independent multimedia platform, Hromadske.ua. And we have here Katya Horchinskaya, who is Hromadske CEO. Previously, the journalist who worked for the Wall Street Journal, The Guardian, the Kyiv Post, who is one of the most credible journalists in the country. That's why he speaks about journalism and credibility.
Thank you. That's quite an introduction. No, I don't need that. Thanks. I was actually given an incredibly difficult topic to talk about. Journalism and credibility. I mean, who even needs journalism in the world of new media and social networks? Why do we even need journalism? Is there anyone in this room who does not use social networks? Raise your hands. Oh, wow. We have a person, one in the whole room. You know, there are statistics to back up this trend. In Ukraine, there are 48% of people who say that they consume news from social networks. That's their primary source of information. Television is only 3% ahead. 41% of news is consumed from relatives and friends. So who needs journalists in the modern world? If you look at the trust in media in Ukraine, the picture is even grimmer. Last year, there was a poll by Nielsen that discovered that only 32% of Ukrainians trust journalists. 32%, less than a third. 2 years ago, there was a poll that showed no, hang on, it was 38%. A Gallup poll that showed 38% thought that journalism was bad and only serving the bad goals, the bad aims, the bad purposes. It existed, it was either bad or very bad. That was in 2014. So how did we come to that? That journalists are not trusted, that journalists are not read, they're not watched, and the trend is growing. How did we come to that? Of course, there are worldwide trends that sort of back this up. Digital media are taking over, social networks are taking over, blogging is taking over the world. Journalists are losing ground very fast. There are also Ukraine-specific reasons for low trust in journalism. In Ukraine, we have a virtual monopoly in the media sector. Most of the media holdings are owned by oligarchs, which basically set the trend and dictate what those media holdings report. Those holdings are a part of a larger food chain, and it goes like this. The oligarchs typically own a core business. The core business subsidizes the media. The media then promote a specific political agenda, political party, a person, and that person or political party then provides certain benefits to the core business of the oligarch. And so the vicious circle closes. The media is just a PR branch of an oligarch business. And this is why there's very little trust in that. And this is why some issues get underreported, some issues get overreported, some issues get sensationalized. That's our reality. And after the revolution, the war hit, and we faced another challenge, a very split country with a very schizophrenic agenda and a big, big moral issue, whether the media should be patriotic or truthful, whether we should report the truth or we should help the government fight the war. This issue is still not resolved in Ukraine. There's still a massive debate going on about it. And a lot of trends in the media environment are actually stem from that debate. This is why it's very important to have independent media organizations like ours, like Hromadske, to report the news as it is. And that was the aim with which Hromadske was created in 2013. But I am getting ahead of myself, and I will get back to credibility, which we lost, which the media lost in Ukraine. And in my opinion, credibility basically has two components. One component is trust, and another component is expertise. And I think trust is also broken down into several sort of factors. One of them is subjective. You either like the personality or you dislike the personality. If you think they have charisma, you tend to trust them more. These are very subjective factors. There's very little you can do about it. But it's also, there are also more measurable factors in trust. You have to be able to report close to the ground. You have to be able to report close to your editorial policy or perceived editorial policy. You have to have commitment and a track record of credible reporting. And it enforces credibility and trust. Expertise is another factor that contributes heavily to credibility. And expertise also is built up of many different ways. Expertise means that you have to have the skill. You have to have the skill to be able to find the story, to report the story, to tell the story in a way that will be understandable for the audience. And you have to be able to do that. You have to have a great deal of storytelling skills. You have to also have professional integrity. You can't say something is good one day and then turn around and say something is bad the next day. That means professional integrity. You're going to lose your professional integrity if you do that. And you have to have a great degree you have to have your moral compass set right. You have to know what you're doing. If you say you're against war crimes, it doesn't have to matter what side of the front line it's happening at. You have to report the crime on both sides of the front line. And that if you claim that you're against violation of human rights. All these factors seem kind of easy, but in Ukraine they're still a matter of a huge debate. And because of that, and because of the media environment, the specifics of media environment, credibility is very, very hard to build in Ukraine. First of all, it takes institutional strength. And the only institutions, media institutions in Ukraine, as I said, are owned by oligarchs. And that's difficult to fight for independent media like ourselves. It takes a hierarchy based on merit. And that is something that you rarely find in newsrooms in Ukraine. And this is something that we are trying very hard to build at Hromadske now, at this stage of transition that we are at. It also takes flexibility to be able to respond to the needs of the audience. And that is very difficult. Because first of all, you have to understand that you have to admit sometimes that you don't understand the needs of the audience and go back to the basics and learn. You have to admit your mistakes. Then you have to have enough skill and enough help to be able to understand what those needs of the audience are. And then you have to have different skills to actually transform your programming and transform your effort to be able to hit the mark, to be able to report to the audience needs. It also takes extreme rigor and thoroughness on a very consistent basis to have credibility and trust. Because if you get one headline wrong, and it goes through your social networks, it goes through your Twitter, through your Facebook, you get mocked for days, and sometimes weeks. You lose reach, you lose your audience. It happens very fast in the digital world. We've had that happen to us very recently. We lost almost 250,000 of reach on Facebook this week alone because we got a headline wrong. But we admitted the mistake and we're trying to correct it. You have to have the stamina to go through changes and to admit your mistakes, to build up your institution. And that is something that's very, very difficult in an unpredictable environment like Ukraine. And we are trying to do that as well. We're trying to develop stamina and we're trying to develop support so that we can support our staff and we can support the standards that we take on ourselves, the editorial policy that we subscribe to, and the long-term story that needs to be reported in Ukraine to get the credibility that we need. And, you know, I think I've pretty much described how difficult it is to get credibility. And this is why I think that institutionally, journalism is not going to go anywhere. Because blogging and social networks is great, but blogging is about fun, is about personal popularity, is about expressing yourself, but it's not what journalism is about. Journalism equals responsibility. Journalism equals long-term responsibility. And this is something that journalism needs to be responsible to fulfill its very, very basic function. And this function is to inform. Journalism is often called the fourth estate, and this is why. Because its function in informing the society, the people, the individual, is very unique. There is no other institution in the society that is tasked with this specific function. Information. Daily, up-to-date, timely, accurate information, informing the society. A lot of other functions are built on top of this function. Policy making, for example, diplomacy, military strategy is often built on information provided by journalists. Personal decisions are taken based on information provided by journalists. There was a famous case when the journalists misreported that separatists left a particular town in east of Ukraine, and people moved back only to find themselves trapped. That's poor work of journalism, and that shows you how the journalists have to be responsible and take their job very seriously, because lives can depend on it, sometimes quite literally. So credibility is very, very difficult to achieve. And my organization, Hromadske TV, which was started by journalists in 2013, is trying to do just that. It's trying to become the most credible, the most independent, the most informative and trustworthy organization in Ukraine. We know that we're at the very beginning of the way, but hey, every long road starts with the first step. We have taken our first steps and are very excited with the road ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's working. Question. You said a lot about that 38% is the number of people who thinks that journalism is just doing bad things, that credibility
That
is
was in
important.
2013,
yes.
or 14. Rather.
So how would you, to switch to, how would you, what is a success for you in terms of building this credibility? And I don't mean the big success. How do you define, let's say, a small success?
You can break it down to metrics, even. I mean, how often you're quoted, how often, not just by the media, but by policymakers, for example, right? How often you become the trendsetter in the society. And an organization with a public mission like ours should be doing that. Our mission is to become the informational space for the sustainable development of a society and active individual. So if we make a single step towards that goal, we think it's success.
Great, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Before I announce our next set of speakers, I have a question to you. Could you please look into your bags, the conference bags we gave you? One person is looking for her glasses. So please look to the bags. Maybe you have taken somebody else's bag. If you have glasses which do not belong to you. Anybody? Anybody? No? I don't see a hand. Do we have it? No, nobody? Can you look around a little bit or below your, because that person will not be able to go out without the glasses. So, and this is for real, I'm not joking here. No? No glasses? Why don't you just look inside? No, there's like, someone left the luggage, unattended. Oh, okay, we got it. Okay, thank you much for your help. Okay, our next two speakers, two wonderful people. Two people who are very active in civic technology and open data since its very beginning in Poland. It is my great pleasure to introduce Ania Kuliberda, who not only is a speaker here, but who also was great help in organizing this event. So let's just give her kudos for that, for now. And Krzysztof Madejski, who is always a great inspiration. He works daily with many civic projects in Poland and in Central and Eastern Europe. And we asked them here today to tell us about their experiences in hacking democracy in the region and why is it easy or not. Ania and Krzyszek.
Thank you, Kuba. So my name is Anna Kuliberda. I work in TechSoup and I'm an activist.
Yeah, hi, I'm Chris from PDFUA Foundation and I'm a programmer turned activist. And there's a reason that we're here both on the stage and that we made this distinction, activist turned civic activist, programmer turned activist, but we get to that later. We changed the title a bit to Hacking Democracy is Not Easy because, well, it's not, because also technology is just a tool. And you would like to, like Tin provided you with a lot of challenges about civic sector, and I would like to speak more about the practice.
And we feel like we can speak about it because we are happy collaborators in the project called Transparency. This is in the organizers. So in Transparency, we support organizations that are using technology for democracy. And we do it in different ways. One is this, and we're very happy that you wanted to join us and you wanted to share what you know, you wanted to listen what we know. and you want to discuss. We will be speak to that basically in some time. The second one is the research.
So we're trying to raise the transparency of transparency initiatives. So like everybody know like what's happening, different organizations, what projects you work on, who like personally is from which organization.
So if you go to transparency.org, you can find the projects and organizations from Central and Eastern Europe, and we tried to describe it in the way that will be the most useful for other activists and for other civic tech activists and other technologists.
And finally, we also scaling projects, which means that we taking a project that was successful in one country and we try to implement that in another country by the local organization with the help of a host organization that created the original project.
And those two last, like the second and the third activities, they taught us so much about what those values of trust and openness and transparency in practice mean, that we couldn't resist and share it with you and tell you the story of our collaboration that sometimes is at least annoying, if not very painful. Transparency EE, when developing a project, that when scaling a project, we invite one organization, we're in the middle, I'm an activist, I am communication-oriented person, and Krzysiek is on the side of helping the technology to be the best possible for the given case.
And not just two of us, but there are a lot of other people involved, some of them here in the audience, from Georgia, from Hungary, from Ukraine, from many different countries. I mean, we try to animate like all those projects, and we have to communicate with everybody. And actually, we found out that the communication is the key for building this successful project.
And we're very lucky. We brought Polish, so we communicate in Polish, but we speak such different languages. My language is NGO. I use the word sustainability. I use outputs and outcomes, and I use synergy in a way that Krzysiek would never think. I use also long-term strategy and social change. That's one of my favorite.
I'm saying, I'm speaking about issues, tasks, how many mandates it will take, like what we need to code, what we need to parse or scrape, and we will use this framework or this platform. And many times we're even using the same words with completely different meaning.
Framework is our favorite. When I'm speaking framework, that's the framework of the project. My budget, my timeline, my relationships around. Your framework is completely different. I never got it.
WordPress, Django, Rails, yeah. It's good to know, to figure out we're speaking about different things at the beginning and not at the end.
Well, right now we're almost a year after starting the collaboration. So right now we know what are our holes in communications.
But at the beginning it was hard.
Right? Yes, I was asking Krzysiek for so many Skype calls that he was basically not responding to my emails for that. And
I was proposing some tools like
Slack, GitHub.
And you know, for me, GitHub, it's so good. Everything is there, open. You can see, it's kind of like documentation and project management tool, but everything is there. It's transparent. Everybody can join the discussion. It's super clear. And I don't understand why we need those Skypes. We can just talk there online. We have really the talking person on the Skypes.
And I come from the world that people are using actual sentences instead of one-liners. So I need to make sure that my sentence has a verb and a noun inside, and that makes a structure and a framework for my NGO brain.
So we kind of have to meet in the middle.
I learned a bit of GitHub. And Krzysiek got to Skypes with me. But also what we learned. while doing the research. That Krzysiek is this, I'm very lucky to have a technologist who is happy to collaborate with me, because I can always say, I have no idea what you mean by that. And then he's telling me all these wonderful stories, what was behind in his brain, and the assumption was that everybody knows it. And I'm in the role of saying, no, you're the 1%. And to be at like somebody who opens the door for everybody else to the beautiful world of technology. And that's, I feel very privileged that I can be actually this person who is constantly annoying him with my questions. So what is this? Why do you use this acronym? What is API? Can you explain it to a normal person? How does it work? And then he comes up with all those amazing metaphors that I reuse when speaking to even less advanced technology NGOs.
And it's getting out of the comfort zone for like all the sides that are involved, and like, you know, from the like programmer perspective, it's like the NGOs are, you know, like you have to make the strategic plan to fundraise, so on. And I could just, you know, like sit overnight and develop this thing, probably not, but then so it's like kind of hard to wait 6 months and like for the project just to start and talking before actually doing anything with.
And I'm so incredibly jealous every time Krzysiek is like writing me on Facebook, because he doesn't want to write in the email, because this is his life, and he's like, oh, just for fun, I did this app, look. And I'm sitting over some strategic planning and communications with a lot of different partners, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I would love to be able to do that, but on the other side, I know that I come from the world that defines action like that. So I learned about the action, like action in practice.
On the side note, like don't write the app and overnight. Yeah, then we like land with the 300 apps that Tina was mentioning, probably even more. There was some of them not used because they didn't have the defined users who are gonna sustain the platform support later on, and so on and so on.
And that's the benefit, and that's the benefit for this investment of communication between each other, because I know some stuff, he knows a lot, and we also know a lot of people to ask. It takes time. That's why the coding for one night is not enough. If you want to bring change, if you want to hack democracy is just too complicated of a system to be hacked because of an app that just happened during a night.
And we need somehow to, like during these events, during collaboration, we need somehow to close this gap. It's like we have so many, the geek versus NGO culture, it's quite different, and we need to try to connect ourselves.
And we, like the baseline for our cooperation was the respect towards each other, and the respect for our skills, and kind of trust and faith, I would say, sometimes unjustified, but I hope it will come in a time, that from our collaboration, something better would happen than from our actions individually. And no matter if it's hard to communicate with me, because I use strange European Union language in order to defend my project, or however difficult words Krzysztof are using, it's still worth spending an hour explaining what do we mean by that.
So we need to be open, we need to listen, we need to talk about our experience, to give context, and like demanding it like more from ourselves and from each other.
Because it's also about the fear of feeling stupid. Like, because if I can admit that I don't understand something, that's a huge something. Like people that knows me, they would say like, that doesn't happen often. I don't say like, I don't understand. I will dig later on, but it will take a lot of time. So for me, it's a lot to just admit that I don't know something and that I feel stupid, and please can you explain it to me? So that's something. But on the other side, a lot of times I was challenging Krzysiek in something that was so obvious for him that it took some time for him to find the right words to describe what is it exactly. And then there is the whole culture of working as well. So as you can see, I speak a lot, for example, and I have the strategic plans, and I need to talk it through. Why?
Whereas, yeah, I would like to, well, it's kind of, you know, like putting it to the extremes, but, you know, like doing it agile way, starting with zero assumptions, prototyping, then testing, you know, like don't have like defined outcomes, rather to see what's happening on the way. So operationally speaking, it's also hard to merge, and when you have a given budget for the IT company, whereas you have to do something, whereas they pay developers by hour, and it's kind of hard for them to define like what we really need to do apart from this general plan written in NGO words, you know.
And that takes a lot of time, and this is one of my biggest learnings from this project. It's completely operational, but I will share it with you. When I'm asking somebody to make an app, and I'm asking Krzysiek how much money it will be, he's saying 60 hours. That doesn't help at all, because also there is a difference in Romania, there is a difference in Ukraine, there is a difference in Hungary. So I'm expecting him to define the numbers for me that are not ours. But we learn on our way.
Yeah, we learn a lot, and we learn a lot through talking a lot and meetings. So it's really good to be here on PDF Ukraine, on PDF Poland, all those conferences to meet on, and different also online to talk.
So before we will give you the final recommendation for overcoming the gap between NGOs and techies, I would love to recommend going to transparency.org and look at the outcomes of our collaboration and trying to explain one word to them to each other. But there is a recommendation from us.
Yeah, really short one.
Yes. No matter how strange you are to each other, please do talk to each other. We overused some prawa autorskie.
No, actually, these monsters are from social campaign in Warsaw public transport.
But we found them so accurate that we couldn't resist for using them. And that was done with public money. There is a huge discussion about public money and copyright, so we will leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with the final question from us, you talk to each other, but in the end, do you separate your job? Or in the end, you have become more high-tech and learn how to code or something like that, and vice versa?
Well, yeah, of course, we are learning a lot, and all the people that are in the process, all the organizations, they are learning a lot, I guess, as well. But I think the thing is that, you know, it's a really small group of people actually that are involved. And what we want, I think that some of our following presentations will elaborate on that. We need to document everything. We need to document what challenges that happen on the way, what are our solutions to overcome there, to share code, to share data, like really to build a big knowledge base that others could use. Thinking, like while building that, thinking about how others will use that.
Well, I'm learning GitHub in a way of trying to understand how does documentation work there, and I fall in love with Slack a bit as well. So yes, I do learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. To Maria. And at this, I'm also very glad to have the next speaker, Maria Xinu from the Tactical Technology Collective from Greece, and she will talk on something which is unfortunately extremely underestimated in this part of the world, so maybe there would be some progress afterwards. It's about the privacy on the internet, and not just that. So Maria, please welcome. So beside that, Maria works on privacy and digital security, And I would really read the name, not to be mistaken, Open Observatory Network of Interference. They try to detect online censorship and all the manipulation with the traffic. So it's something a lot of us don't know, and please, Maria, share all your knowledge and experience with us within these 15 minutes. We are very excited.
Thank you. Apologies in advance if I speak too fast, and if and when I do, please do this or something which indicates that I should speak slower. Quite a challenge with only 15 minutes. So I'm guessing that many of us in here have heard about surveillance, have read about surveillance, are probably even likely bored of listening about surveillance, especially since the media have been reporting on various incidents quite extensively over the last years since the Snowden revelations started. But still, even though I think based on the revelations, based on the work of various NGOs, even though we have a lot of proof and a lot of data which shows what the surveillance landscape looks like, there are still many, who argue that they have nothing to hide. Governments are still using the whole national security rhetoric, that surveillance is carried out only for the purpose of crime and terrorism. Well, in this talk, I'm briefly going to talk about why it's not only about national security. And in regards to the whole, I have nothing to hide, I'm not a terrorist or a criminal argument, the way I see it, I mean, on the one hand, if we're arguing that, then that is clearly, in my opinion, a psychological coping mechanism, or it means that, we likely don't understand how surveillance is carried out, which itself is fine. I mean, it is quite complicated and very invisible in so many ways, or we just simply don't care about it. But regardless of what our reasoning is, in the end, the way I see it at least, based on the research I've been doing over the last years, it really seems to be a largely political issue. In my opinion, probably one of the most important political issues globally nowadays, because it underlines, it has to do with power, which is exercised in subtle ways over the lives of all of us, regardless of where we live. I should grab this. So first of all, it's important to understand, what do we mean about surveillance? How is it carried out, technically, practically speaking? In the past, a lot to be able to answering this question has been pretty difficult because a lot of it has been carried out in secret. However, there is this very interesting event, which some of you might be aware of. It's the ISS World Trade Show, which has been dubbed the Wiretappers Ball, which is kind of self-explanatory. And at this event, what you have essentially is a booming surveillance technology industry, which showcase and exhibit and sell their various types of products, their various types of internet monitoring solutions and spyware and so on to law enforcement agencies around the world. In this map, you can see where these trade shows take place every year. And the interesting thing about these trade shows is that some activists have gone there and they have collected brochures from these companies and then published them online, which shows that, and by going through these brochures, we are able to see practically what kind of equipment are governments using, what are they in a position to collect, intercept, and so on. So these brochures, you can find them in the spy files, which are published on WikiLeaks' website. And while going through them, again, here, while preparing for this presentation, I happened to come across Ultron, which is a Ukrainian company. I'm not showing this here because I have anything against or personal with Ultron. This is just to clarify. I'm just bringing this as an example because it's a Ukrainian company that I came across in the documents. So if you're wondering practically how is surveillance carried out in Ukraine, personally, I haven't done research in the country, so I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. But if you look at the types of technologies that are sold by companies in this country, probably to law enforcement agencies also in this country, then you can get a simple idea. So this is from Ultron's brochure, and well, one of their brochures. And what you can see essentially is that they have certain solutions for intercepting various different types of protocols, one of which, so they intercept emails, and when they do interception, what they collect is both metadata and content data. By metadata, we mean information about information. So for example, if you are sending an email, the metadata is your email address, the time you sent it, and who you sent it. Whereas the content data is the actual email that you sent. They also intercept voice calls, again, metadata and content data, so who you called, when, and so on, and what you said in terms of the content, or they try to intercept this type of data. Oops. They also intercept, amongst the various types of things that they intercept. They also intercept, instant metadata and content data from instant messaging services, chat services, and also various types of data which flows in HTTP. HTTP is the protocol for transmitting data across the internet. If it's HTTPS, it's encrypted. The interesting thing here is that they mention Gmail, Hotmail, Yahoo, etc. I just want to mention here that this brochure is from 2011. Back then, Google and some of these companies made the huge mistake of transmitting data across their data centers in plain HTTP, which meant that the data was that their users' data was transmitted in clear text, and thus any government or any other third party could potentially intercept it. Now they are transmitting it encrypted, but there still is a lot of other traffic on the internet which has been transmitted in clear text, because let's not forget that a lot of websites and services are still in HTTP. So before with what I mentioned, these are some of the mainstream solutions that you will find a lot of these companies selling at these events to law enforcement agencies. You might have heard of FinFisher. I don't know. If you've heard or read about FinFisher, please raise your hand. Okay, cool. So quite some people here. Great. So for those who aren't familiar with it, FinFisher was notoriously covered because it's one of the most sophisticated types of spyware that we've seen. Essentially, it's able to remotely take control of a target's computer and collect all the data in there, and then when collecting it, doing so in an encrypted way and in a subtle way where the user is not able to know that their computer has basically been owned. This is from the Citizen Lab, which published a report about FinFisher, and in the map here you can see where they found command and control servers where this has been used. But the interesting thing, the reason why I'm bringing FinFisher as a specific example here is because, as I mentioned before, even to this day, governments insist that surveillance is carried out for national security purposes. But based on the research, for example, from the Citizen Lab, what you can see is that in many cases, the very type of equipment, like FinFisher, which can be bought by these types of trade shows, is actually used for targeting human rights activists and journalists. And in my opinion, this is extremely concerning, because we need human rights activists, to challenge the status quo, to report on abuse and so on. And we need journalists to be able to collect data and report on it in a way which is confidential, without that data being, used against them or collected in secret by adversaries. So what you can see here is an example of some Bahraini activists targeted with FinFisher by their governments. It's worth noting here that these activists when they were targeted with FinFisher, they didn't actually live in Bahrain, they lived in the UK, yet their government remotely took control of their computers by targeting them with FinFisher spyware. How this happened? Well, so here what you can see is an email that was sent to them. By looking at this email, it looks like a very normal, banal email. Well, not banal, but like a legit email. It's sent by some Melissa Chan from Al Jazeera. And anyone who sees this, would be like, okay, fine. And what this email includes is attachments, like the ones below. And essentially the email's asking them to, open the attachments to see pictures of torture, which they could potentially use as part of their activism. Can anyone spot what is wrong with this email? Exactly, the exe, exactly. So while this looks like a normal JPEG file, actually if you look in the beginning, what you can see is exe, which means it's actually an executable file. So by downloading, by opening this image, their computer was ultimately infected with spyware. But it's not only Bahraini activists. We've seen many activists and journalists around the world who have been targeted with this type of spyware and with various other types of spyware by their governments as well. We've seen this in Ethiopia, where many Ethiopian journalists have been targeted by their government. We've seen this in Syria, where many political dissidents have also been targeted. And in these cases, this is very concerning, because while we might say, this is computer stuff, I don't know this, I don't care about this, and so on. In reality, what that means is that if you are, for example, a Syrian opposition activist and your computer is owned, that data probably can and will be used to put you into jail, best case scenario. So this does have a lot of real-world effects. So apart from targeting the people who are supposed to defend our rights, in many cases we see that surveillance is carried out for the purposes of reinforcing geopolitical dynamics of power. We can see this, for example, here. So this is a memorandum. So this is basically a letter which was published from the Snowden leaks. And what you can see here is the intelligence relationship between the NSA and Jordan. How is this relevant to anything? Again, we learned that basically the NSA provided intelligence data to Israel in its operations against Palestinians. And the way that it got the data about the Palestinians was through Jordan. So while we may trust our own government, while we may trust our data being in a certain place, we don't really have any guarantee that that data won't end up, in the hands of a government that we don't trust. Also, let's not forget that alliances keep changing. While we might now, for whatever reason, trust the US, maybe for whatever political reasons, we will have a better reason not to trust the US in a few years. But by that point, a lot of our data might already be in their hands, or they might have other ways, more covert ways of getting access to our data through Memorandum of Understanding, which is basically an intelligence agreement for sharing data with other countries, and so on, who have access to ours and so on. This is also from the Snowden revelations. This refers to the fiber optic, to the tapping of fiber optic cables. There are various programs like Tempora, carried out by the GCHQ. What we have seen is that in many cases, intelligence agencies around the world have collaborated with each other by either directly sharing their citizens' data with other agencies, or by providing direct access to the fiber optic cables that make up the backbone of their internet. So again, political alliances might change across time, but if a specific government or a specific intelligence agency has access to your internet's infrastructure, regardless of what their political relationship is, they will probably still have that access, and that will it'll be very difficult to change that or to ensure that they don't have access to it anymore. And this is the reason why this is all very political. The reason why I think that surveillance has a very, very political nature, and we haven't been highlighting this or stressing upon this enough, is because what we have seen again from the Snowden revelations, for example, is that unlike the rhetoric that surveillance is carried out for the purpose of national security, well, it depends on how you define national security, of course. But what we have seen in many cases is that, in reality, that is to provide some sort of advantage to specific governments in global affairs and negotiations. So this slide, for example, shows how the NSA collaborated with a certain company, AT&T, in order to be able to get access to the talking points of the UN Secretary General prior to discussions. Similarly, this pertains to the interception of communications of the government representatives of various countries attending the UN Security Council, so that the US could know everyone else's positions prior to discussions in regards to sanctions in Iran. This is extremely concerning, and while this has been covered by the media, or it was covered by the media at the time, we somehow have forgotten about it. We still somehow tend to think about surveillance as something which doesn't interest us, which doesn't concern us. But what we actually do see is that the decisions made on the political level, on the national level, on the international level, the specific dynamics of power which are reinforced in specific areas around the world, a lot of those are enabled through surveillance. Surveillance, in the end, is largely, I would argue, is a tool. Is a tool for reinforcing specific dynamics of power. Power by us, by the people? Not really. Power by those who have the most money, who can afford to basically, buy the resources and so on to be able to have access to this type of equipment. This is Surveillance Without Borders, a project that I've been working on in my free time. And this is based on the documents leaked by Snowden. They're all categorized under those 6 categories. The first category, which is leaders, is basically all the documents which are specific to political leaders around the world being targeted by surveillance. And as you can see in the map, all the green countries are the countries which are mentioned in the documents that their political leaders have been targeted. By targeting, what I mean is basically that, for example, when their government representative was at the UN, then their communications were intercepted, or that their emails directly got hacked. Various different types of examples, and you can find all these examples in the data in the project specifically. But while we might argue that, okay, sure, there are a lot of political interests, but hey, this is nothing new. Surveillance has been going on for a very long time. We knew it was a thing also in the Cold War. We know that's carried out for political interests and so on. What does this have to do with me? Well, sure, I will agree that a lot of these things have been a reality for a very long time, and it's certainly nothing very new. The difference right now is that we, as the public, are reinforcing this type of world that we're walking into. We are reinforcing all of this. We do it every day through the various types of services that we use, like Facebook, Google, and so on. I'm not suggesting that we don't use those services, because that would also be very unrealistic. But what I am saying is that from our daily internet activity, from the way we live on the internet, we are feeding the system with our data all the time, whether we like it or not. And arguably, we don't even have choices to do otherwise. But at the end of the day, what we are doing is that, by default, we are building a gold mine of data about us, which intelligence agencies or other third parties can potentially just tap into at will in any given moment of time. And this is uniquely valuable, because if you were in power and you wanted to shift society, if you wanted to pursue your own interests, if you want to identify all of those groups or individuals who are a threat to your interests in any way, what better way to do it than in a system where everyone creates profiles for themselves, so to speak, based on their online activity. And by profiles, on the one hand, there are the profiles that we, so to speak, create about ourselves through the data that we give. But I'm not referring to like profiles that are created on Facebook. I'm actually really referring to profiles that are created about us by third parties without our knowledge and without our consent. And unfortunately, this is the democracy that we actually live in. We live in a democracy where there are multiple third parties making decisions, taking decisions about our lives without our knowledge, without our consent, based on profiles about that they think are accurate, or which they want to believe are accurate. Practically how this works, so these two slides, by the way, are from the GCHQ. TDI stands for Target Attention Identifier. So they themselves recognize that these are the sources where they can identify targets or potentially even create, so to speak, targets. And the way this works is, through correlating individuals through various social media, by basically putting all the dots together, analyzing data, and so on. So while we might think that we have nothing to hide, unfortunately, it doesn't have anything to do, well, it's not only about you, it's not only about me, it's about all of us. Because you might not have anything to hide, but at the end of the day, you are not alone in this universe. You are, whether you like it or not, connected to many other individuals. The more insecure your data is, the more insecure the data, or, and by default, the lives of those connected to you might be as a result of that. It's not about you, it's not about me, it's about all of us. Surveillance is very political. When we vote, like, we just think of it in this simple way. We choose to vote. But when we vote, we don't vote because we necessarily believe that the specific political party that will be in power will necessarily have direct impact on every single thing we do on a daily basis, right? We vote because we care about who is in power. And we care about who is in power because they're the ones who shape and influence our lives. Very similarly, questioning surveillance means questioning those who have power over our lives and how they are shaping our lives based on the data about us. Because our data reflects our lives, and those who control our data control our lives. And this is something that I think is definitely worth remembering. Thank you. Oh, by the way, these are some resources. So Surveillance Lab Borders, the first one, is the project that I mentioned earlier with the map. Under Surveillance Lab publications, you can find specific reports about malware attacks against various human rights activists and journalists. Digital Freedom is a new experimental project where we're basically collecting data, where we're aggregating in a global map all the targeted malware attacks against human rights activists. We're aggregating data about all the surveillance vendors and all the surveillance resellers, encryption laws, and so on. Security in a Box is a resource for digital security if you want to learn how to protect your communications and those around you. My Shadow very similarly provides various resources about how to think about your data and so on. Thank you.
Combining your presentation with the picture of, not sure if you've seen it, of Mark Zuckerberg posted yesterday. And in this picture, his laptop, his camera and his microphone are covered with the tape. So are the tools, for example, which are supposed to help us, such as VPNs, Tor, are they actually working compared to the software which you were showing used by governments? Or is it only the whole paranoia for us, the second option?
Yeah, that's a great question because it triggered two things. The first thing is that I'm glad you mentioned the Mark Zuckerberg example. Actually, the one organization that I work with, Tactical Tech, we recently had a 2-month exhibition, and one of the artifacts in the exhibition was this model of Mark Zuckerberg's house. but it had next to it the 4 houses that he bought surrounding his, so he could protect his privacy. So it's very interesting to see that leaders of companies which are advocating that we live in this post-privacy world are in fact actually, it basically triggers questions of, in the end, who is privacy for? Is it for the masses, or is it only for those who can afford to buy it? In regards to your question about VPNs and Tor and so on, I mean, I don't want to generalize with VPNs. There's all sorts of different types of VPNs, and there's various reasons to trust certain VPNs over others. But in terms of Tor, I personally definitely trust and use Tor, and would definitely recommend it to everyone. Digital security, there's this misconception often that digital security is this quick fix solution, but actually it's a process. So it's not like you use one tool and therefore you're fine. It's more about adapting your life to a different type of way of thinking and behaving and using technologies as part of that. And Tor is just a small component. It's not the magic bullet, for sure. But Tor actually is also included in one of the projects resource that I had there, Secure in a Box. And there's a hands-on guide which explains how you can use it for all different types of operating systems. And we have hands-on guides there for not only Tor, but for most of the basic digital security tools.
Awesome, thank you. One sec. Okay, moving on. Joining us from Turkey, we asked Leila to talk about. Well, let's start over. Sorry. Leila has a lot of experience with use and reuse of open data, especially with bringing groups who are not traditionally that much excited about open data. And we want her to share her experiences in this regard with us. Thank you.
Thank you. This is new for me. So, so I was asked to answer the question, is technology empowering the already empowered? And I think the other way to twist that question around is to talk about whether access to technology has democratized our societies. So I think we've heard today a lot about different tools which are about people being able to participate, and people, maybe petitions online, where they can put petitions online, they can get services online, they can learn about their schools, they can learn about their environment. The question that I have every time when I look at those things is, who are the people who are participating at this? If you look at only opening opportunities for people to participate, be it online or offline, generally it's, I would say, a certain profile maybe. It's the people who are already interested in and have the time and the resources to pursue what is best for their kids, even though everybody wants what's the best for their kids, but they have the information and they can digest this information and use this information to make better decisions. Now, when you talk about empowerment in technology, or democratization in technology, usually what comes to mind is the digital divide. And the digital divide, I would argue, it's more than just about people having access to computers. So I'm sure many of you know this case. About 15 years ago in rural India, there was an experiment where I think the US funded putting computers into a wall and just watching in places where kids play, and just watching what happens with that. What happened was, so this project was actually a huge success, or it was hailed as such. Kids learned how to use the computer without any supervision, without anybody telling them what to do there. And the computers, everything was in English, so it wasn't even in their language. But research years after that found out that the kids, the only thing they learned how to use Paint. So they learned how to click buttons and how to go where they could, be on Paint or open a Word document, but nothing more than that, really. And some of the parents even argued that this, because they were able to play, this took away time from what they usually, the time that they usually spent for learning. Now, from my own experience, so I guess the point I'm trying to make, access is not empowerment, and it's definitely not engagement. So from my own experience, years ago, I started this project on social media at the local level. Now, in Kosovo, about about 75% there's internet penetration. People are young, they're very young, they're tech savvy, they're online, they're on social media. There's a huge democratic deficit, if you want to call it that. People are not participating, and usually if you're coming from a development sector, you're thinking people are not participating because they don't have channels to participate. So to hold politicians accountable at a local level, we started this online chat, let's call it like that, on Facebook, where people already were, and they could ask anything they wanted their mayor, and their mayor could respond to them. And I will tell you, in all honesty, that it faltered completely. And that context, timing, and your audience, they matter a lot when we're designing these things, and I will come to design shortly. After that, we tried the same experiment in a different context where it was local elections, the mayors were already on social media, but the mayors were already on social media, and we did it in the capital city, and it was a huge success because it was a different context, it was a different time. It was, most importantly, it was a period where people were already engaged. This was something they genuinely cared about, and people wanted to make a more informed decision about maybe who they're going to choose for mayor. Now, beyond context and timing, I think the third point is on the feedback, right? On closing the loops and giving back information to people if we want to have something that actually works. One of the most successful UNDP projects is the one where it's actually from Montenegro, and there people had a chat. So there's a huge informal economy sector, and they did a crowdsourcing exercise where people could report if the business didn't issue a receipt, and the Ministry of Finance took over to reinvest half of the money that was collected through fines into community projects, which were then selected over an online platform as well. And what happened is that in a year, 1 million euros were collected in fines. Half of this was invested in community projects. So there was a whole process of people engaging, providing information, engaging, and getting information back, and actually seeing a real difference in the ground. So there's a value in that. But I think even in those contexts, even in places where we do have success, where you can actually trace you can actually trace the contribution that you get from engaging, whether online or offline. What we've learned is that we actually have to be very realistic about who is our audience, who is being left out, and how do we, from the beginning, design in a way that doesn't leave people behind. And I think today we've been talking a lot about issues and how to start from the issue. And whether I work on open data or anything else, I think the key thing is neither technology nor open data are not the answer, they're not the engagement, and just granting this access is not going to generate better trust in institution. It's not going to bring the citizens closer to the state, but that we have to treat it as only one of the tools which can bring us closer together, and that to actually have the effect and the impact on good governance and sustainable development that you want to see the change in people's lives, that it's actually a relationship that needs to be nurtured and needs to be based primarily on trust. And that is something, I think, to work on. And it's not, I said, it's like democracy. It's not it's not a sprint, it's not a marathon, it's a journey, and it's a journey where people learn along the way. So you start with the issue, you have trust in it, and then the other component that I think is extremely important is collaboration. And in collaboration, I think many times what we face, and previous speakers have referred to it as well, is that there's people who are completely detached from the problem who are providing the solutions to the problem. The other, I think very often, the other innovation way has been to say the people who have the problem generally have the solution. The more innovative take has been. But I think the key is that from the outset, if you have the trust and if you have the willingness, that you bring communities together, the ones who have the skills, the others who have the problem, and maybe the enabler who can bridge this kind of divide, for the beginning at least, to address the problem together. And be realistic who is being left behind, and the fact that probably technology is not going to be inclusive, and that it's definitely not the goal in itself. So in the meantime, while we're working on educating people on how to responsibly use technology, while we have to work on capacities, while we have to address the deficiencies in terms of the digital divide, which, as I said, is more than access. It's about the education and the knowledge and the awareness that people have and the communities that work with it. There's a very important role that enablers, as I'd like to call them, have to play. And that can be civil society organizations. I work for the UNDP, so in this case, it could be UNDP as well. And there's been recently a nice example where one of my colleagues from the innovation team developed a crowdfunding campaign for old people's home in Kyrgyzstan, so that people who are connected to the internet can actually contribute to this community that doesn't really have access. And I think the crowdfunding campaign is going very well. More important, another very good example of that, which is not our work, is actually coming from Argentina, where an organization helped in mapping all the slums in a place in Buenos Aires where, you know, ambulances couldn't get access because they simply didn't have the information. They didn't know where to go. And that has, I believe, saved lives. So that's going to be my final thought, that while we wait, while we invest in learning, in building communities, that we do so by collaborating more closely together, by working on building trust between what seems now to be, I wouldn't say opposing sides, but definitely sides that have a gap in between, and that civil society, especially in this conversation, has an extremely important role to play. I finished.
If it's working, yeah. So what we really can do, and we heard you had this experience, how to really include the people who do not have access, how make them engaged, what else could be done?
I think, honestly, the first thing that we have to start with, I mean, everybody's saying start with the problem, but the other thing we have to start with is be realistic about the scope. The fact that you put something online, the fact that you put legislation online, it doesn't mean that the people who are going to be affected by that legislation are going to come and comment on it. So, so with that, I think we have to start with the user, obviously, and to understand who are the people that benefit from the work that we want to do, and then find ways to engage with them where they are. Because I think we're well beyond the mentality of build it and they will come. But it's about finding the trustworthy partners and finding the people who are embedded in communities that are interested. So I would say just a continuous process that's about being realistic, open, and building those kind of relationships. Okay. And user-centered, of course.
So thanks again, Leila Sadiku from UNDP. And I was really waiting for this session because our next speakers, she not just knows the Ukrainian internet, the blogosphere, what's happening with the exclusion of some particular groups, but Tatiana Bogdanova from the Global Voices has come here and would let us know this interesting story, how we fall in love and fall out of love with the Ukrainian internet. And I hope it will be inspiring, not depressing.
Thank you. So since 2010, I've been, all right, sorry about that. Better? Okay. So since 2010, I've been covering the developments of Ukrainian social media and online activism for Global Voices, which is the world's biggest network of bloggers and new media activists in the world. And today I'm going to tell you a rather personal story, at least story based on my own observations and my own changing attitude towards the Ukrainian internet. But I'm sure many of you present in this room will find many, many things to connect to, especially if you spend a lot of time on the internet. And I think that's like everybody now, right? So, oops. All right. So back when social media and social networks only began to appear in Ukraine, we all had quite high hopes about it. We were very enthusiastic about new technology. It seemed to promise endless opportunities for activists to unite, to engage citizens, to solve existing problems. And some of you may remember these early examples of online activism from the LiveJournal community of people who were fighting to preserve the historical architecture of Kiev, to the Facebook campaign to promote the use of the Ukrainian language, to the YouTube videos that were uncovering the misconduct of traffic police, and these crowd mapping, crowdsourcing initiatives such as crowd mapping the violations during elections, hello OPORA, or this initiative to crowd map the volunteers during the snowstorm in Kiev. And while the political situation in Ukraine at the time left much to be desired, the activists steadily increased the scope and volume of online initiatives. And it seems that it's not only the activists who have been enthusiastic about new technology, but also the observers. Note this article from March of 2013 on TechSoup, where the author writes, even though we're still far from the revolution, the online activism seems to solve concrete problems. And I'm sure the author here meant some sort of digital revolution. However, only at the end of the same year, we found ourselves in a very real revolutionary situation in the middle of Euromaidan, which was this popular protest movement both ignited by and sustained with the help of the new technology. And during Euromaidan, we really saw an explosion of online activism. And even though there was an activity from both sides, pro-Maidan and anti-Maidan camp, somehow at that time, the internet in Ukraine still felt like a rather cozy place. Facebook became this platform for people to unite and organize. And users shared the news about the developments on Maidan on Twitter, YouTube, Ustream, and the independent media often helped verify this news. And at the same time, during Euromaidan, social media fakes were relatively rare and comparatively easy to spot, and users have even been shamed into removing them. And also, more and more people have joined social media, both to follow developments and to get involved, which sparked discussions about the onset of e-democracy in Ukraine. However, the internet did not stay such a cozy place for much longer, nor did the technology appear to provide ready solutions for all of the post-Maidan challenges that Ukraine has faced. Similarly to other leaderless and seemingly spontaneous protest movements around the world, Euromaidan did not turn into a sustainable political force, able to articulate a detailed set of policies and follow through with a coherent set of reforms. Luckily for Ukraine, we've had a rather vibrant civil society to fall back on, which at times felt like the primary driver behind the reforms in Ukraine and still feels like that. However, although civil society uses internet a lot in their activity, I'm sure that activists, even the most tech-savvy of you who are present in this room, would agree that today technology cannot substitute some traditional mechanisms of politics, nor it should, because the discussions, the comments, and the likes under a politician's Facebook post should not substitute a real policy discussion. And if these internal political challenges have not been enough for Ukraine, with the occupation of Crimea and the beginning of conflict in the East, the newsfeed of many social media users soon began to look like that. People became overwhelmed with the amount of human tragedy and suffering that they saw online. And I myself remember the time when I would be panicked to open my Facebook feed, afraid of what I might learn there or what I might see. And I know many other users who have also had to moderate their consumption of social media at the time. Whoops. Next. Oh, okay. So researchers who studied the interplay between the technology and conflict, such as Grigory Asmolov of London School of Economics, point out that because we now consume news and interact with other users in the same place, the war in the East can become a very integral part of our daily lives and our daily experiences, and even if users of social media live quite far from the front line. And this may lead to two very common reactions. The first reaction is is the users decide to withdraw from social media altogether. The second reaction is that users may decide to abstain from any kind of political discussions online or get involved in any sort of activism. And another challenge for online activism today in Ukraine, of course, is the increasing polarization of users. The conflict may mobilize people online, but at the same time, it exacerbates existing divisions and heightens the social tensions. And we know that war in eastern Ukraine has divided friends and severed relations between families or within families. However, social media today allows us to block and mute users who disagree with us on, let's say, less contentious issues. And there are many issues that can divide society in Ukraine today. The celebration of the 9th of May, the implementation of decommunization laws, or the organization of the Pride March in Kyiv. And because technology allows us to block people who disagree with us, this leads to the formation of so-called echo chambers online, where users interact only with those who share similar opinions or have similar background to them, which in the end, this kind of group interaction may lead to the radicalization of the views that the users have originally held. All of this creates a fertile soil for fakes, with users on both sides of the conflict being tempted to manipulate information. We've also seen many trolling attempts where trolls would come online and try to disrupt any sort of meaningful discussions about the issues that matter. And here I don't only speak about the organized and state-sponsored trolling Olgina style, but we can see that even when journalists or activists raise internal issues in Ukraine, something that is really bound to spark a great public discussion, then they sort of expect that they will battle trolls in the comment section. So finally, a big challenge is social network surveillance and the opportunities that the internet opens up for pressure on users. This is more of a challenge for people, for example, who try to express pro-Ukraine views in Crimea, or people who live in the area affected by the conflict, or those, let's say, within Russia. And of course, low level of media literacy plays an important role here. And on this slide, I have examples of some of the attempts where journalists and activists trying to educate Ukrainian users about how to be critical of what they see on the internet, how to recognize fake user profiles created to disseminate false information, how to spot fake news, or how to recognize trolling and bot activity. And last but not least, hate speech remains a great challenge for Ukrainian online activists. We originally started talking about it in the context of Russia-Ukraine conflict and the media coverage of it. However, we soon noticed that hate speech is really present in many other avenues of public discussions online. And it's used by both public figures and regular users alike. And even those who seem to argue against hate speech, sometimes they're using it themselves. And another challenge is online harassment. And any user today can become a victim of online harassment, but it's especially a problem or a risk for public figures, whether journalists or activists. They can come under fire for their activities or for simply expressing an unpopular opinion. So, where do we go from here? Should we all just fall out of love with the internet and become internet and social media skeptics till the rest of our lives? Well, I would actually argue against it, even though I have been at this point many times during my writing about Ukrainian internet. I would argue that we need to take a step back and look realistically at the opportunities and challenges the internet today provides for us, because it's only likely to play an increasingly important role in our lives. And today, internet in Ukraine, it still supports the old types of activism and fosters the new types of activism. It helps increase government transparency and accountability, and it fosters citizens' engagement. But at the same time, as we saw, it can help perpetuate conflict. It can help manipulate information and create ground for online harassment, and it cannot substitute traditional politics, at least now. So what I'm trying to say is that technology in itself is not inherently good or bad. It's just an instrument, and it's up to us whether we use it to our advantage or to our disadvantage, whether we create new opportunities with it or whether we create challenges for ourselves. And it's really up to us how we use it. And so I hope events like this can help us use it a little bit to our benefit. Thank you.
And you try to be optimistic. We all try to do that, and we are even more. But still, have you thought about any kind of tools, you know, like really practicalities, which really help us in a short term? Because there is something to discuss in the long run. You know, like, should you sometimes just ignore how you learn yourself to ignore some things, how you navigate in that?
So it's hard to recommend certain tools because really social media seems to be more helpful to dividing us than to uniting us. However, I think that we all as users should just make certain efforts. For example, we should try to block people who disagree with us less and try to listen to them more. And I also think that because in Ukraine this polarization is created around a very simple black and white narrative, what we call перемога versus zrada, or treason versus victory. You know, in Ukraine things are not black and white. And therefore I think we should give more attention, pay more attention to people whose position is somewhere in the middle and who try to be critical about things today, and because their voices really need to be heard. So.
Okay, thanks, Tanya Bogdanova. I think give us some hope to fall in love back with the internet. And we will have the break, the coffee break, and waiting for the incredible third session. But I'm waiting for my colleague to here
I am.
To let us know when we start.
Okay, this time I will not tell you to stand up because we have a problem here. The first time we said hello, the second time we hugged, and now will be time for a kiss. So I'm gonna wait with this one for the last session, okay? But we are ahead of a little bit ahead of time. We'll be starting at 4, half an hour break for the last amazing session, and then we have drinks and after party. So see you in less than 30 minutes, okay? And DJ, Yura, music, music, music. wasn't us. It wasn't us. Just so
somebody
you know.
else.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Hello again.
Good to know. Good to see you again.
And the movie. Okay. Yeah.
And there will be the game.
Yes. So
That was
is
a
there
spoiler.
anybody else who wants to join us in the first row? Anybody else wants to switch a place right now? Come to the first row. Okay. Well then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 t-shirts. We have t-shirts. So give it to the people. Paulina, right now you can switch sizes and so on. So you know, that was the last chance. So we didn't announce it because we know that then everybody would be fighting for the first row. So, sorry, Tim.
There are some lucky ones.
There are some lucky ones. So we'll get your sizes and so on. Okay, our last session for today, which is a shame, but we had a whole day packed with great presentations, and let's have a couple great more ahead of us. Our first speaker in this session is going to be Krzysztof Izdebski, who is the policy director of EPF. And we ask him here today because for past 10 years he has fought for open data, he has fought with open data, and, well, sometimes open data fought with him.
And has fought for the open data.
Fought for open data with, and so on. And we ask him here to share his experiences and tell us, utilizing his huge experience, what are the do's and don'ts of open data. Krzysiek Izdebski.
Thank you. Oh, the clicker. It's here. Okay. Hello, everyone. In fact, I'm doing it for more than 10 years. And what is also important, I'm know the fight from two sides. Once I was a public official, and it was much more than 10 years ago, around 15 years ago. I was working in one of the ministries, so also I'm the guy who knows how it can be seen from inside of the public institution. And for many, many years, maybe I spent several hundred hours working with the public officials to train them how to think open and how to open the data. So generally, it's like the first production when we're having this, the workshop, it's like they're not really into it, but then when they're realizing that it's also a kind of a help to them, they're changing their mind. But still, it's a long journey. So that's why you can see my dog, Lola. Lola is 9 years old, and she likes traveling. We took her from the shelter in a quite bad state several years ago, and now she's traveling around Europe so far. And I hope that we're gonna have the opportunity using Lola visit to go through the journey of do's and don'ts. Actually, it's don'ts and do's, because the problem with a journey into open data is that first we do a lot of mistakes, and then we try to realize what we should improve. So, like with the dog or the children, the open data is something that give us the feeling of connection of the two sides. So there is a public official, and there is and there is an NGO or the people that want to do something with open data, or the citizens. The citizens, actually, the open data are for citizens. So with the dogs and master or a friend, because she's a member of my family, we like to care about each other. We are, I need to feed her, I need to play with her. And this is exactly something that citizens want to get from public officials. This is to deliver services, but also to interact with each other. And this is something that we should bear in mind, because as the G8, now it's not G8 actually, it's an International Open Data Charter is saying, that people expect to be able to access information and services electronically when and how they want. So this is actually the main idea, is to open the data in a very wise way. And the first clue is yeah, don't keep data to yourself. There is wisdom in the collective. So this is Lola, this is Kazimierz, my son. They try to play with each other for quite a long time, but only recently she got trust for him to play with sticks or other stupid things. But anyway, the wisdom is in the collective. Sometimes the public officials, they're thinking that the people are rational like each 4 or 5 years. Why? Election time, right? So if they're voting for them, it means, yeah, they're cool. But between those periods, the people won't understand the data. I mean, why we should give them information? Because they don't know the context, they don't know how it does work, they don't, very often, and this is something that I see that is one of the greatest obstacles in the connection between public officials and citizen, is that the very first question when I'm talking about open formats with them, they're saying, okay, but if I deliver the information in open contract, right? It's in open format, and it's a contract, for example, and the citizens can basically change something afterwards, and they can claim this is ours. I mean, this is not a very good attitude. So basically, without having this feedback from the people, it's really hard to gain trust. So therefore, think open and sharing information with citizens should be considered in every case for all data. And the very important thing when we're talking about open data is not only the technological aspect of that, it's also the thinking behind. I mean that all information that is held by public officials or public institutions should be delivered to the public. That is, everything that is produced or possessed by the public officials, public offices, should be open to the people. Of course, there are some exceptions. So, for example, the privacy. And it's a huge problem when you're talking with the public officials on that. For example, in Poland, we fought for many, many years to get open contracts with the names of those who delivered the services or made something for the public institution. And the feeling was, it's all started with one of the politicians, actually, the councillor in the city of Warsaw. He wanted to know the amount and the identity of the people that deliver some sort of the services for the municipality. And the municipality claimed that it is a private information. They couldn't do that because it is connected with money and the person itself, so it's a private matter. So what was the reaction of him and the people around? The reaction was, they're hearing something, right? Something is wrong with that. But after the long court battle, after 3-4 years, the Supreme Court said, you have to deliver that. And it also changed the way we do open contracts. Now in Poland, you had a chance to see Mayor Adamowicz from Gdańsk, and he's doing it now openly. Why? Because they see it changed the attitude of the people. And this is actually the thing that you should explain to public officials, and I do explain to public officials, that there is a gain behind, right? It's not like opening a data because you have to be transparent and blah, 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 blah. It's you have to see the gain. And therefore, the public official can't think that he knows the best, or she, what is interesting for citizens and helpful for your colleagues, meaning the colleagues of the public official. Is it like this is so important because sometimes we're having this perspective that we know all like the best, what is interesting for the people, what gonna help the people, and so on, so on, so on. But at the same time, it's again the same with believing that the people are rational. We have no idea. I mean, probably each of you can tell me the example of data that are open, that someone put somewhere, but you use it? Nah, you don't use it because it's at least at some point is not useful for anyone. It's really nice to have a nice product on the site, but what we would like to see is that someone will use the data. We're always saying, actually, we're very happy, guys, that you're opening data. It's cool, yeah, good job. But remember, you're opening that someone could reuse it, use it, at least look at it, right? So this is a very important factor that you can engage the people, because sometimes even, I think it also can work in Ukraine or other countries, but in Poland, sometimes citizens know much better which data sets are in the possession of public offices. So they can help, they can say, okay, you have this registry, and then sometimes the mayor says, oh, really? Oh, yes, thank you for that. So remember to engage citizens to get feedback on what else they need, or actually what they need. I mean, this is the most important thing, because you're opening for people. I mean, people, business, NGOs, citizens. So also it's very important that while you're working on your strategy to open the data, you try to include a lot of people in that. And very important thing, so if you advocate to open some data in public offices, you have to use this argument. Like, you have to ask employees, I mean, the mayor has to ask, a mayor or another public official has to ask employees what data will help them to perform the duties. I told you that I had this experience being the public officials in one of the ministries, and every time I needed an information, I needed the data to do my work, I had to think like, who can get it? And then I just start to run through the stairs, up and down, looking for the information. I mean, it's healthy, but I got really frustrated, and the performance of my work was actually much lower. So this is an argument, and you giving this this information while advocating for opening data, you also have to say that your job will be easier. You will be more effective, right? So the best example is that we're very often we're starting advocate for opening the data, asking guys like, how many FOIA requests did you receive? And say like, oh, last month was 100. Okay, what you can do about it? I don't know, maybe I will restrict the access to information set. No, just put everything online. If it's online, you have less work. I mean, sorry, maybe it's brutal, but this is how it works. I mean, we all want to have a bit less of our work. And great, we have this situation that we're thinking, or the public officials are thinking open. They ask employees about that, but that's a bureaucratic problem. Don't charge for data, and don't impose disproportionate bureaucratic restrictions. We can tell about some restrictions, like you have to, for example, register to get the data. You sometimes have to justify what you're going to do with the data. We had this problem in Poland, and for example, you had to claim whether it's non-commercial or commercial use. I think it's not a matter of dividing the people for NGOs and businesses, because open data works for all. The other thing, obviously, is the copyright. The copyright is an important obstacle to deliver the data, and very often public officials are afraid of letting the people to know some information or to reuse the information because they are afraid that someone will sue them because of that. But what you have to do, and what we are doing for many, many years, you have to advocate for implementing the rule that everything that is done with the public money should be delivered to the public for free. Because this is ours. This is ours. So also you can see that the fight for open data is also a fight on different fields, right? It's not only connecting directly connecting this public official that is about to open the data, but you have to make a policy and advocacy efforts to just make it possible to deliver the data. So this is to allow others to reuse the data without any restrictions. It's not always possible. For example, the matter of costs. It's, for example, in the European Union or under European Union directive on reuse, you can charge, but it has to be a reasonable cost. You can't generally have exclusive agreements with the people, like with some, for example, a timetable of buses in municipality you give only to one company. So this is a restriction in fact. And what is also quite important while talking with public officials is that you have to remember, you have to say to them that it's not only about putting the data on the website, but also enable people to find the data, right? Because sometimes you have to click like 40 pages to get to the information. And the other problem is actually this, that you all know, that we have a really bad formats. I mean, you can, they put everything, contracts, but they are in a picture file or a PDF that you can't actually do anything about it. So this is another case that actually, they thinking open, they did it, but I don't care. I mean, they can't use it. The people can't do anything. The people cannot interact with the government. And this interaction, and especially in the term of the usable format, is very important because you can mix different data. That's why we are talking about information with rich metadata and in machine-readable form. Because, again, you can explain to the public officials, we want your data, but maybe we will create something, or we will take data from other office, or we will, as we can see, we saw some examples here, we can collect our data, the data for ourselves, and then we can enrich your registries, your work. So this is the most important case, and therefore, as I have 1 minute 24 seconds, we have to remember that opening the data is a systematic process, right? The public officials and you guys have to think about it, meaning to work on the strategy, develop, evaluate, check what is wrong, what was good, be critical, but be open also for criticism. And the most important thing, when you're doing it, or you're advocating for open data, is that you remember that NGOs, it's actually something that Kuba Vignański was saying, like, we can't nominate ourselves. We also have to remember to include other actors. It's also quite important in terms of trying to speak with the public officials, because sometimes if there is an NGO coming, I'm saying, stupid geeks. But if you're saying, okay, but business is interested in opening data, sometimes it's a completely different story. But it's not about just telling them or pretending that there is a business behind. It's also your role to engage the business, and it's a role of public officials to do the same. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know, like, you have this great experience, and in Ukraine we're working with these laws on the access for the public data, and it's indeed working, but still, what would be the first priority? What probably would be the first, if you need to focus, what are the most important things in the very, very beginning?
Oh, it's, what, 2 minutes you said? No, 2 hours? No. Okay.
Priorities.
Now, priorities. Okay, there are some. Now, the problem is, first of all, I think it's distrust that I mentioned, right? I mean, you have to gain a trust mutually, meaning you have to trust the public officials should trust you. And this is a case of, like, not directly connected with opening data, but generally with actually what was mentioned today on the stage, which was Tom Steinberg, for example, was claiming about this being adversarial or like being tough on getting the data or being more into negotiations. You have to feel it. Like sometimes you have to go to court and then they respect you, because you won with the public office. When it comes to which data sets, for example, should be a priority to open, I'm always saying transparency. I mean, the ones that are connected with public procurement, with open contracts, because then, when they are opening this data, I can see they are committed to do it. They are committed to open the data, and it's a chance that they will do it with different data sets later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So that was kind of a tool and toolkit for an action. So while introducing our next speaker, when we were discussing how to introduce the best Oleg Levchenko from OPORA, so you can know, we were discussing. So he could be called the dinosaurs of Ukrainian civil tech, or evangelist of the participation. So either you believe in dinosaurs or God. It means he was the first. But what the most important, Oleg, he has the vision what to do next. That's what we hope to hear from you.
Я, на жаль, буду один з перших, хто буде виступати українською мовою. Для польських друзів це просто, але для інших це трошки складніше буде. Я перепрошую за цю свій підхід до викладу. Я набрав штампів, набрав існуючих фраз, набрав існуючих малюнків. І хочу говорити про те, що стосується мене як громадського активіста з позиції не ICT, а з позиції психолога, який я за освітою, і громадського активіста з великим, таким старим, може не завжди успішним, але досвідом. Коли говорити про те, що для мене означає ICT в житті сьогодні, я розумію, що це та частина життя, без якої вже не можна. Коли ми розказуємо про електронні сервіси, розказуємо про електронне врядування, ми кажемо, що ми мусимо бути такими просвітерами електронної церкви. Майбутнє електронне невідворотнє. Ми нікуди від нього не відійдемо. На жаль, або на щастя, це все відбувається поки що природньо, ми поки що нам вдається цим процесом керувати, відчувати цей процес. Я хочу показати два малюнки. Скажіть, будь ласка, чим різниця між першим і другим малюнком? Я, щоб не затягувати, не пробувати цю дискусію витягувати, от перший варіант, це перший малюнок, це той традиційний спосіб років 5 назад ще, на який орієнтувалися всі виробники електроніки, нажимаючи, формуючи кнопку, якою стартував пристрій. Останніх 3 роки всі компанії, які займаються ICT, мобільними телефонами і так далі, працюють з ось таким рішенням. Вони показують саме, розраховують на 2 пальці. Ми ще цього не відчуваємо, але всі гаджети, всі інструменти налаштовані саме на такий підхід. І це тільки частинка того, що нас стосується, як на нас насувається електронне майбутнє, наскільки воно невідворотнє і так далі. Другий малюнок, це дуже простий, примітивний. Я пам'ятаю, що першу свою роботу я в державних органах влади отримав через те, що я мав абсолютну перевагу, я вмів користуватися текстовим редактором. І в мене в резюме було написано, я вмію користуватися текстовим редактором. І це була перевага, завдяки якій я отримав роботу. Зараз я 3 тижні тому загубив телефон свій мобільний, і я 2 години був безпорадний. Я думав, що світ зупинився, я не можу нікому позвонити, не можу отримати смс, там багато інформації. Я відчув, що я гублюся в світі, і поки я знайшов старенький телефон, яким поставив якусь сім, почав дзвонити близьким, відновлювати телефони, я відчував свою якусь відірваність від життя. І це, в принципі, те, що нас не минеть. Ми все одно змушені будемо рухатися до цього. Ми мусимо реагувати на це. І особливо в Україні дуже багато викликів, які сьогодні ми бачимо. Часто завдяки моді, завдяки трендам ми щось копіюємо. Нагло, просто копіюємо, робимо сервіси, які дублюємо з країн ближніх, Сполучених Штатів, що завгодно, бо таке щось десь має бути. Але це зовсім небезпечний шлях, і він заключається в тому, що ми не розуміємо, що насправді ми хочемо в кінці отримати. Ми хочемо отримати сервіси, чи ми хочемо отримати демократію. Мені важко говорити після одного з виступаючих, який розказував про це, розказував про ці підходи, саме філософські підходи, але для мене це визначення дуже важливе. Демократія – це сталі процедури. Це процедури, які узгоджені з народом, які народ розуміє. Люди, ті, хто має користуватися цією демократією, учасниками демократії, мають розуміти. І головне, що людей можна більше залучено до цього процесу. Не виключно, не за них зробили, не за них придумали. Написали закон, пролобіювали, якась група експертів і так далі. А ми самі відчули. Ми маємо цим користуватися. Чи це вузька експертна частина в галузі нафти і газу? Чи це те, що стосується мене щоденно, ОСББ і інші речі? А ми цього не включаємося. Ми не включені в цей процес.
I'm not going to stress the issue of participation. There is a very good analog in Ukrainian, which is called public participation, citizen participation, conscious participation of citizen. Participation, this is the classical definition both in European and in global space, is the response to the situation when democracy became plastic ones. The bureaucrats, the people in power, start making up ways how to protect themselves from people. So therefore they came up with plastic democracy. So we have formal websites, formal consultations, they publish information that there were certain events, but people feel not included, and it means that people are not engaged into the process. There are lots of things that can be a matter of our discussion, but I'm going to talk about a very small aspect, which is electronic participation. There has been lots of major initiatives related to budget things, checking information on civil servants, and they work. But the only problem that we still face is that the majority of people, and actually I'm not talking about even common citizens, but lots of civic activists are not ready for this new wave of new tools, websites, gadgets, etc. They are not engaged into this process, and this wave is going to cover us. So the example in many countries, even in Poland, are services and certain things that started very well, but when the project was over, these things did not were extrapolated onto the whole country. So the field of electronic participation means that we have to take into account lots of things, but I'll be talking about certain narrow aspects which are present in Ukraine. Electronic participation, including the general participation, means that probably the biggest block is the high quality informing of the public that allows me to use the state information, municipal information on a daily basis. I'm a common citizen, I'm the user of this information, and I take the decision on the basis of this information. The second part is electronic consultations. Again, I'm talking from my own position, we have distorted consultations. We have one-step actions. Something has been changed, something has been adopted, but still we do not have this inclusive consultation that inspires certain aspects of our life. We are at the stage where we replace the idea of consultation with the monologue. And probably the greatest threat for me is that behind all these gadgets and solutions we come up with, we are starting talking about electronic elections. We are we still haven't learned how to debate something, but we already want electronics to control certain process. So we only started the process of a consultation, and we already are talking about electronic decision making. We can talk about e-participation index, which is done by UNDP. UNDP, as well as some other organizations, try to follow all these processes. And here we are talking about two components: development of electronic governance and electronic participation. And there is a very interesting point when I was preparing to this presentation. South Korea is the first in e-participation index. Ukraine is number 77. Ukraine, for recent 2 years, has improved its position, so now it is number 76 in this index. And I think that this process has started in 2013, but what I want to demonstrate in this graph, you see the development of electronic governance and e-participation in South Korea. A revelation for me was that during these recent 3 years, these two notions, e-participation and e-governance, go hand in hand, so they do not exclude each other. In the same way, it should be developed in Ukraine. They should be harmonized because there are certain basic services, basic tools, there are certain basic competence and understanding. And I'm very afraid of the fact that only IT specialists will be involved in building electronic services, electronic governance, or electronic participation. There are three components of electronic participation: technologies, citizens, but also there are processes like state governance, understanding of certain state things, which cannot be excluded from all this picture. And unless we improve the situation, we can easily digitalize the chaos, and we'll be living in that chaos later. Electronic democracy, electronic government presupposes that there is electronic citizen who is able to use these electronic services. Our organization has conducted a research regarding the condition, the state of the civic organizations using CT services in Ukraine. So lots of people were participating in this research, and we can see that social networks and websites and Google services use it. But people are not included. Experts who are striving for changes in the society do not understand why they need these tools. And I'm talking about all the regions, including Kiev. It means we give people electronic democracy, electronic services and tools, but people do not use it because they have very low level of competence. So without explaining all these things, without promoting it, we are not going to achieve success in this respect. Today there has been a very interesting presentation about surveillance. We know that Big Brother is watching us. Everybody is watching us, supervising us, so to say. Only 30% of NGO in Ukraine use security systems. I'm talking about replicating data, antivirus systems. Therefore, we cannot say that civic society is included into this process of protecting data. I'm not going to provide any successful examples of e-governance and e-participation. Really, there are lots of cases where you can see how it works. In Ukraine, we have launched a very interesting and modern idea: budget participation. And we managed already to distort certain things, to make them in a different way. Nowadays, budgeting participation partially are given to the community, but people may participate in this process. And really, these are people who understand why they need this process, why they need these budgets. But at the same time, there is a problem that we are already changing the approach from the very beginning. Yes, there are big companies. It is possible to get funding, and this wave is spreading all over Ukraine, but it is not always efficient. I was born in Vinnytsia region, and I live in that region, and I may say that certain elements were introduced in this region. We were successful. We used, for instance, electronic cabinets, and it is used for voting. But anyway, still, we were faced with the problem. For instance, I have taken the example of Polish documents and Polish tools. So at the beginning, we are going to talk about the principles we are going to use. And Polish experience regarding ethical standards on introducing e-budget is what is important at the first stage. We have to understand why we need this budgeting, participation budgeting, why we need this e-governance, and only after this we may use the tools. Finally, there are lots of still unsettled issues in Ukraine. Definitely, we have to build on the tools. We have to change people in power. We have to introduce reforms. But definitely, electronic governance is impossible without certain basic approaches. There are certain key principles, like responsibility, both on the part of people in power and on the part of the civic society. For instance, one of the civic organizations has mentioned the register of people's assistants of people, deputies, by a special word. I do not understand the situation, but probably our foreign guests do not know the situation, but all Ukrainian people know what I'm talking about. Security. Really, if we are going to struggle for budget, for funding, we have to be ready for the fact that we are supposed to be protected. We are to be secure, and I'm not sure that even big civic organizations are ready to protect themselves. Transparency. It's not only about power. Open codes, releasing new tools. We should become transparent ourselves. And as I have already exceeded my time, we really have a chance not only to build, but we have to build something that will work in future. We have a chance to build responsible tools. We have a chance to build a good future, which will shape our life. Thank you. And we have a question for you as well. You have mentioned regarding the presentations, and you have mentioned that we have to understand what is real. You were talking about the fact that we cannot replace real participation with something else. So we really have to understand the depth. So how we recognize what is deep, what is superficial? We have to understand how many people, conscious people, are included into the process, and how much ready they are to be involved, to be engaged. The better is the initiative, the more certain solutions are generated by these initiatives, the longer this idea will live. But there is another point. Very often there are certain good decisions that do not require lots of people at the first stage. You have to promote certain philosophy which is behind the product. If people are not behind the product, this product is not viable. Thank you very much. And this presentation was delivered by Oleg Levchenko, representing network ОПОРА. Ну, принаймні, в нас була цікава...
Comes from Amsterdam, where he is the research director at the WAG Institute.
So it was very inspiring, and I hope for you too. I will not so much talk about smart cities, but you'll see that. I first want to talk about the word smart in general. We're surrounded by the words. As you can see, of course, is there anybody not having a smartphone in the room? No, not here, not too conscious yet.
У вас
Anybody
дуже
having a Nest?
багато смартфонів в кімнаті. Вас є, подивіться, хто
It measures the temperature in your room, but it also can say how many people are present, when you're on a holiday. All the data goes to Google, and it's a question if you really want that. This is, of course, the fridge, a fridge that will tell you if you had enough beer already or not. If not, it will not open. If yes, it will. If it's empty, it will ask for new ones. And does anybody know what this is in the back? Yes, it's a smart toilet, and it's a toilet that will tell you whether or not you're pregnant based on whatever comes out of you. From smart gadgets, we go to smart assistants, and of course, many of the new examples always come from the Far East. So this is how people in Korea are envisioning the future. On the end, that's a very interesting project on the right, and it's for you. It's the right-hand side. This is an end-of-life machine that will caress the people that are dying, that don't have a family to do so for them. I don't think if this is a future that we'd want, but it's definitely a future you'll have to consider quite soon. From smart assistants, we go to smart buildings that are measuring the energy, how many people are inside. If any flows should change, it can know a lot about you and its inhabitants and thereby become more efficient. And then you go to the smart cities finally. And smart cities are mainly places where the flows of information and data and waste and traffic and mobility and any flows that you have, the urban metabolism, is controlled and made more efficient. And it is no wonder that this is like the wet dream of people in the government thinking about smart cities, because it's on control. It's about controlling, it's about making more efficient, it's about trying to act as if a city is not an organic place, but if it's like a machine that you can accurately make better yourself. And I don't think this is the way we should go. And fortunately today already many people have alluded to the fact that smart cities and smart citizens are two faces of the same coin. You cannot have a smart city without those smart citizens in place. I've did some study about what these smart citizens actually are and how you can define them. And these are the things that typically come up. So they will take responsibility for the place they live, they value access over ownership, they'll ask forgiveness, not permission, and many more things that keep up when you think about these keep coming up when you think about smart citizens. But mainly it's two words that I want you to remember. This is about agency and empowerment. It's about people that want to have an active say in how the city is developing. They care about the places that they love and live their lives in, and they want to become part of their futures. I come from WAG Society, and it's a non-profit organization based in Amsterdam, developing and researching technology for social innovation. We've been there since 1994, have 63 people of staff, and we do artistic research, critical design and social innovation. And this means that we bring in artists, scientists, technologists together with citizens to come up with new solutions, but very much also democratizing the access to technologies. Because if your world is becoming smarter or more technologized, I don't know how you say that, then we have to become able to understand what's going on. This is very important because computer code, software, hardware, the algorithms are more and more becoming part of culture because they shape our lives. So it means like the Google cars that will drive around before long, they will have to make ethical decisions based on where to crash, if they can avoid one or not. Should they prefer the driver to survive, or maybe the person that would crash into? There will be ethical decisions made by stuff quite soon, and I think they're already being made. Of course, do you have Tinder here too in the Ukraine? Yes, you do. Active users here. Well, it changes the way that we think about relationships, or at least the start of relationships. And well, it's not worth saying, I think, that in wars, the machines that are doing that war for us are also making a lot of ethical decisions. And I think that when your world is becoming more technological, we have to become makers ourselves. So we closely adhere to the Maker Manifesto. And makers actively, they say that it's very important to make, share, participate in, give, learn and support technologies. And it's a positive movement. They want to build alternatives, they want to share the outcomes, they want to build on each other's blueprints. And we mix that with this. And this is, I think, even more important. It's the Critical Engineering Manifesto. Does anybody know this manifesto? What it says many things. It's 10-point manifesto, but the most important point is number 6. The critical engineer recognizes that each work of engineering engineers its user proportionally to that user's dependency on it. So it's not the technology that we engineer, it's us that are engineered. So we have to become critical engineers too. And if you sum up those two manifestos, you come to this. If you can't open it, you don't own it. And that means if you cannot open the technologies that you're using, like your phone, like your computer, like the Nest, like the new fridge that I showed you, then you're outside of the developments and you can look at it, but you cannot influence it. So it's very important to become makers yourself. The places that this happens in it's happening all over. And it's happening, for example, in fab labs, wet labs, and maker spaces. Who of you has been into one of those fab labs? Just a few. Are anyone in Kiev that you might go to? No fab labs? Yeah, there's one. Yeah, so speak to that person there. Because exactly there's what happens. So people like these makers are meeting themselves and they're making technology, but more and more making communities of people who are makers. And now I come to the topic of urban environmental challenges, because the whole story that I've told you so far, you can apply that in many different fields. And one of the applications is in urban environmental challenges. And this means how is air pollution doing, how is water pollution, how is sound, how is the land doing. And this is an important topic because our environment is very much influencing our health. It's more than we think. So with each report from the World Health Organization, it becomes clearer that less pollution has a larger influence on our lives and our health and our well-being. And this is a topic that many people don't realize day by day, but they should, because it can affect all of your life, and not just yours, but also your siblings and your offspring. Whereas it's so important a topic, there are just a few official measuring stations. And this is how they look like. They're quite big and very expensive to run. And in a country like Holland, we typically have 100 of those measuring stations, so no more. Whereas we know that from street to street, from house to house, from square to square, the levels of pollution and thereby the influence on your health is varying widely. So it means that I think we should do something. And one thing we could do is, after talking so much about open data, so opening data that's already there, why don't we just start collecting data and making data that we will then open up? So this is what we try to do. We got inspired by this example. I don't know this. Anybody know this one? Safecast. It's a Geiger counter. It's an open source Geiger counter. Ah, you know it again. I have to talk to you afterwards. Safecast is an open source Geiger counter that was made after the Fukushima disaster in Japan. So maybe you remember the tsunami that was there. After the tsunami, there was a lot of radiation, and the government couldn't tell where that radiation was. They just had too little information. And that's why a group of volunteers started to make their own measurement devices. Not only measurement devices, but then go about making open data available so people knew where they should worry and where they should not worry. So this was a great relief. And many people started making their own Geiger counters and also starting to do this around the world. So there's many reasons why you could do that here as well, of course. Another interesting example is this one. It's called Air Basin. And the Air Basin is totally different approach. It's not technological at all. People use strawberry plants, so really strawberry plants, as you can see, to measure environmental qualities. They got over 1,500 people to join into this experiment, where people put small strawberry plants on their balconies for a period of time. Then they collected the strawberry leaves and they did their analysis, and they came to a very high quality map of the air pollution in the city of Antwerp. And this was so powerful that it also changed legislation. So with small things you can get large effects. This is a final example. Does anybody know this one? You cannot do. Okay. Yes, it's the pigeon example. You too. This is where it was based on a previous experiment by an artist, but recently people in London started giving the doves these kind of sensing packages, so the dove fly around and it measures air quality wherever it goes. I thought it was a neat example. And based on these examples, we came up with the Smart Citizens Lab. And this is something that I urge you to investigate and reproduce if you find it interesting. The Smart Citizens Lab is helping people to understand their environments based on open source, low-cost sensors. It builds a community, and it builds also on existing communities of people that care, and it connects them with people that have expertise, either in making sensors or in interpreting the data. We've been doing so now for the 3rd year in a row, and have grown a community of about 900 people in total that are interested in this. They come to us regularly, and we work with them to do the things that they care about. So we call this Citizen Science 2.0, or bottom-up citizen science. Normally citizen science is where people from academia, they invite normal people in to participate in the experiment. And we do this different way, the other way around. So we first ask, what is your concern? And then we'll invite the experts in based on the needs, and they help the citizens acquire the data that they want. We don't do this alone. So over the course of 3 years, we've had a large international network, national and international, of people that want to do that with us. And we found out that this is also very necessary, because topics of the environment are rather complicated. And this means that without enough expertise, you really cannot say so much. So it's important to involve them at an early stage and have them part of the experiment, but make it very clear that the only ones who make a decision is the citizen themselves. So this is what we do. We help people to acquire, read and manipulate data, to understand their environments, turn that data and insight into action, using public networks of low-cost open source sensors. And our results is that we want to have these better informed citizens. It's a win-win-win situation. So the citizens themselves will know better where they stand and how to take action. The institutes, they have more data, so they can calibrate their models and will have more insights. And the governments also know what concerns people. So there's no loss here. The only one who loses are people who want to keep others ignorant. So this is, yeah, I think it's win-win-win. The first time we invited a lot of people in. We just had an article in the local newspaper, 150 people signed up. We asked them, why do you come? And there are 3 specific reasons. Some people are really concerned about the environment, but that's not the only reason. People are also interested in participation, so they just like to do things together, and why not here? And many people are interested in new technologies. And our best, the people that can do these projects best are of course either in the middle, or they are very good at participating. So it means you can collect and connect groups that have various skills or complementary skills and do projects with them. We use a very big variety of methods. So did anybody do any of these methods before, like kite mapping, for example? This is a very interesting example by Public Map, in which Public Lab, which uses just a normal kite with a camera on top, and you can go have the kite very high up, and you can make very high detailed imageries from above, just in the normal spectrum, or maybe in the spectrum of infrared, which tells you something about how healthy your greenery is. We did emotional mapping, so ask people, how do you feel here, how do you feel there, how do you feel there? Or for example, how does the sound that you hear relate to your emotions? We use open source technologies like the Smart Citizen Kit, that's on the left side, that was made in Barcelona, and it measures a lot of stuff on a low quality, but it can help you to identify where are the weak spots, so where you should go into deep things. And then finally we are now making like a snake. It's an open source project, and the snake moves around the canals of Amsterdam, helping you to see where is swimming water or not. People want to, have ever been to Amsterdam? Anybody has been to Amsterdam before? Then you've seen the canals and people want to swim in them, and we are now seeing whether or not it's safe and where you can do so. We also made our own sensors, and we've helped people to make their own sensors. So we have the Fab Lab and the Wet Lab, and based on that you could do, there's no limit to what kind of things you're sensing. What is the only limit is your imagination, and we help people to expand their imagination as well. We did a lot of visualizations of the results, but more important is this, we think people should be able to make meaningful data-driven discoveries and data-driven or data-informed debates and discussions that will inform them so they know how to position themselves to each other, but also to their governments. And we hope that people will either change their behavior, they will ask the government to take measurements, or they do something else that we don't know yet. We came up with a methodology, and this is a 7-step methodology that I don't have time to go into, but it was very much documented in our booklets. So if you're interested in this, you can download the booklets from Needs to Knowledge and also the Amsterdam Smart Citizens Lab, which extensively talks about why we did it, what we did, what was done, and also how you can replicate it yourself, and also what was learned. And based on this, we are now doing a European project where we will have 9 pilots in Kosovo, Barcelona, and Amsterdam, coming up with an open source toolkit for bottom-up participatory sensing projects. So please watch on that. So just a few things, what to do after this. Huh? First of all, if you want to do this bottom-up citizen science, think closely about what you ask your participants. Do you ask them just to do data acquisition, as is the normal practice? Or do you ask them to engage in problem definition, research strategy, building tools and sensors, doing the interpretation, and thinking about actions? And of course, I think you should do all of them if you take your citizens seriously. It has been said before, value coding and design skills. If your society has become so technologically infused, we cannot afford to be ignorant. It's like not being able to read. Huh? It's not anymore possible not to read your technology and write it as well. Go to your Fab Labs. So if you have one, go there. There are people willing to work with you more than you think. And also it will enable you to do more things than you thought was possible. So there's really no limit to what you can do, because you can build on the examples of other people. You can find your community and together make something extraordinary. You can only do so if you use open technology. So we've talked about open data, but the same goes for open hardware and open biology and open anything, because if we don't as a collective work towards a commons, a very, very vibrant commons of knowledge, then our efforts will just be in vain. Huh? So it's very important to document your findings, to document your solutions, to document your blueprints, and to open them under the right licenses. And this will, I think, and also think about inclusive engagement. This is not just for the rich, it's not just for the young, it's not just for the technologists, it's for people that care, and they should find each other. So, in short, empower smart citizens. Take away. Why is it important? 3 more slides and I'm done. It's important because finally we want to do something like this. I think we should, because we have all the reasons in the world to finally start changing systems, but we cannot do so in one stretch. It's not possible. So we have to start small. We have to start with the small opportunities that we can make, generate ideas, develop them, test them, making them a case, so involving others, making sure that they understand why it's important, and then grow and scale. So aim high, but start small, I'd say. Finally, my 2 slides about smart cities. The original smart cities that we've seen in so many places, they're about top-down decision-making, linear approaches, reducing complexity, and minimizing uncertainty. And this is why they stifle innovation. I mean, you can talk to everybody as long as you want, but if you're not willing to work with the fractures and where it hurts, then you will not come anywhere far. So that's why I propose a different approach, and this is the illuminated cities one. It's totally the opposite. It's encouraging bottom-up decision-making, non-linear approaches. It's encouraging and also seeking out complexity. It's embracing uncertainty, and thereby you enable and boost creativity. And I think we should strive for those. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because we have some additional 2 minutes for the question, I want to try to elaborate a little bit more on that replication method of it. So you've shown us a lot of great projects here, and I was just wondering how easy or not easy it is to start localizing them in a city which just wants to begin the adventure of becoming smart.
Well, I think that depending on what you want to achieve, you need your partnerships. This has also been said before. So if you want to do something complicated like air quality, you need experts that are willing to work with you under the right conditions, otherwise it doesn't work. If you want to do something simpler like sound, you can start right away just using your phones that you have anyway. So it's this choosing partnerships wisely, and also think for a while on what it is you want to achieve and what will make you happy. Because that informs everything else.
Okay, so happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good.
We talk a lot about that PDF is a community event, that its main aim is to just form some kind of a community. We have the theme, which is networking democracy. And our next speaker, actually, I met Alex in Chile, like 6 or 7 years ago. And this is where I learned that he actually lives in Warsaw, which is my town. And we were both members of Global Voices back then, authors committee. I think Alex, you're still an active author there. And we didn't work with each other. We just started to run into somehow, doing some projects similar, and then suddenly we started to do. At some point we were working together, then we were not working together. But this is really crazy that you meet these people in very strange places, and then a couple years later you run into them in other places. You still do similar things or the same things, and I think this is the true magic of the community. And we may find each other in a couple years working in some strange place together or doing some things which we have no idea that we'll be doing together. Some of them may be based on the presentations which we have today or not. But in community is also very important, not only taking from the community, but also giving back. And Alex, who if you need someone in a country, you go to Alex and you say, Alex, who is doing investigative reporting in Mozambique? And he comes up with 5 people, like this, and this. So he connects, he shares, and today we asked Alex, who manages Teplica of Social Innovation, to tell us about sharing your data and sharing your code. Alex Sidorenko.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. So my name is Alex Sidorenko, and I'm traveling in between 2 countries, like both neighbors of Ukraine. And Teplica is the largest civic tech Russian language portal out there, with 20% of readers coming from Ukraine. Within the last 4 years, it was 1 million of Ukrainian readers, which make us all in Teplica, who live in many countries, very proud. And today I will be speaking about sharing data and code. And before I start, I'd like to stay with this quote, and forgive my Ukrainian. І не забуваємо творити добро і ділитися тим, що маємо з іншими. Who knows where it comes from? Yeah, that's New Testament. Thank you. Well, I didn't get the second part because my first point is that sharing is deeply embedded in our culture through different textual narratives, whether you believe it or not. And then, at this point, I was asked to explain what is open source and open data, and why sharing in culture and open data and code is important for the 21st century. So, at almost 5 o'clock of today, who doesn't still get the idea of open source code and open data? It's a good time to raise your hands. Just one. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So I have a personal story. So in my childhood, I went to my friend's place, and a granny of my friend, let's call her Aunt Rosa, so she used to make these pancakes. And this picture is just for copyright reasons. This picture doesn't resemble the real wet pancakes. I really love them. And every time I wanted my parents, my mom to cook it, I just begged, like, please, could you do the same with pancakes? And And she would call Aunt Rosa and ask for the recipe, and I know the recipe is what Richard Stallman compares open source code to. So, so she would call, and my mom would get the ingredients, would get the recipe, but it still was, you know, something not. So if we have a program and we compare it to the recipe, well, it's not the same. But the good thing about the 21st century is that programs can actually make you much better. So you can actually share it and use it for modification and enhancement. And what is open data in the kitchen context? Well, we thought of different metaphors of using it as something like light, water to cook, but basically it's the data about the consumption. For example, Aunt Rosa knew exactly that one person would eat 3 pancakes and the other, and it was through many iterations, and if she could share it with her neighbors, so the neighbors wouldn't waste food. Well, that's at least where my metaphor for open data is. So it can be reused and redistributed and used many times. And if open source and open data are so good, why still it's not so much of it? And throughout 4 years that we've been working with the NGOs, and I will present here an NGO project, and also the project that helps other NGOs. We've met a number of fears. So the first fear is that they will steal my precious code. Well, we have now 23 public repositories, and there was not a single time when it was maliciously coded in order to steal or to make money on it. The second part is, well, I'm too shy for my code. And usually just people, you know, like don't want to publish it because it sucks. Well, and my recommendation here, you know, just be brave. You know, Ukrainians are very brave. People around the world, activists are brave. So just be brave and publish it. Once you will, like everyone, you will just, they will accuse you of the same. And like we all you know, ask, and you know, like how many of you are working in an NGO? Okay, good. How many of you had ever published a report? How many of you had ever published the source data for your report? Wow. Okay. How many of you feel that your report data is stretched, incomplete, inconsistent? Okay. Yeah, so basically it's the same argument. You know, once, you know, like if your data is inconsistent, maybe you shouldn't, you know, make conclusions based on it. So think of it. And basically, open data for your source, if you're an NGO, also makes you well. Then there comes this Dr. Evil thing. You know, like the bad guys will use my open data. And my point of view is that unless it's a private data and something that Maria was telling about that relates to people, usually more data is a friend of open and democratic societies because it brings so much more knowledge and information and transparency. So even though that some of it might be used, and we need to separate the good open data, which helps us all, from the bad open data and it's not even open, but basically it's being collected with our knowledge of consent, and we need to defend one and promote the other. Then the usual situation is that, oh, you know, open data, but we don't have any sources of open data. We as an NGO don't have anything to share. How many of you do feel this way, that you don't have anything interesting to share? How many of you feel that you want to share, but you still didn't do that? Okay, thank you for your hands. That's good to know. And basically, sometimes, you know, it also happens. For example, there is openlist.wiki. It's a list of politically repressed in the Soviet Union. And it has 2.5 million of data units. And do you know what format it is not published in? Right, it's not published in the format of open data because the developers didn't think of it. So my recommendation that I will repeat later, like think of everything what you publish as an open data and machine readable. Because you can actually do great things. The crisis center data, for example, publish it as in an open data format, the text, anonymized text of crisis data messages. And it's like 20 million data units that you can analyze, and some of it you can analyze right on the website. For others, because it's sensitive data, you have to be approved. But still, like, what can you do with it? You can do so much more pattern research that can actually help victims of the crisis and actually save lives and make much more people happier. So, the advantages of open source. And I'm telling you this on our own experience. First of all, you can scale it up. And if you are not publishing it in open source or open data, you should start. Because, for example, IT Volunteer, that's a matchmaking platform that we developed for ourselves, but we also wanted to make it usable for everything, and you can also use it. So this is the original platform, and this is what we've created 5 hours for a completely different reason, to connect volunteers, volunteer lawyers in the crisis center to help women who suffered from domestic violence to submit their applications for police that are usually being rejected because the subjects of gender violence do not know how to write these applications, because, once it happens, you didn't have, like much experience writing it. Online Leica, that's a fundraising plugin that helps to fundraise money like in millions of rubles right now, which is also open source. And instead of developing it for yourself, you can just translate it to your language and add a payment system module, which is also open source. And it saves you, well, a significant amount of time, and it also could help you collect money for your NGO. It's also much easier to manage your team and receive feedback. For example, this is how I know that developers in Teplica are working. And I believe that they are working, but I also know exactly what they are working on right now, because I have their updates in Slack. How many of you use Slack, by the way? I know Anna uses it. Yeah, that's good. So it also creates higher standards of coding and data collection, because openness creates constraints, and constraints lead us to perfection. And this is all about the open, it's about being better, about having everyone looking at us. So, what they say, dance like no one is watching and code like everyone is. I like this guy. And it's also much easier to evaluate the community engagement. There is a joke. It is that the most important thing to ask yourself every day is to ask, am I doing the right thing? Am I not doing some crap? Pardon my French. And I guess the community engagement in the coding community is really important, because if they fork, they care. Do I have to explain what fork means? It's basically when you copy a code and you use it for purposes, like for your own purposes, making your own. So if we know that people actually make the code their own, we know that it actually is somehow usable. And this is something for you as NGOs actually to use as a measurement technique, whether in your development project, in your NGO project, you publish it as an open source and you set it up in your aims that you actually want to engage the citizens, engage the citizen developers. Well, that's how you measure it. I've heard today something that also makes me, I guess it was Krzysztof Izdebski who said that there is so much more about the open source and open data, because it actually helps you to have something unexpected. And serendipity, it's the English word that I really like, and it comes from the Persian tale of three princes of Serendip. And the funny thing about these three princes, that they would always discover something they were not in the quest of. It's like, what, you know, like starting a Wikipedia on one page and just waking up 2 hours after, you know, like just, you know, keeping reading and reading it all over again. And this is exactly what open source and what open data inhibits, allows us for. And this is also, this leads me to another thing about the open data. And I guess, you know, people in this country love freedom. So imagine that code and data also should be free. Isn't it a good thing to have? You know, just, you know, free them up. So my recommendations, and I have just 1 minute. So for the NGOs, think scalability and transparency. To the governments, open up your data and your code. Not just data, but your data and your code. To the society, expect open source and data. Imagine if we could open up the processes, what Oleg was saying, how the processes work, and this is code, like of post-service, of public transportations, of election, of police, legislation, taxes. Imagine that we can get into the process and we say, hey, like here's my pull request, please change this because it makes much more sense. And this process is actually public. To the donors, and this is really important, this is where you can really make a change. It will require that, you know, whatever the NGOs are doing, it's open source and open data. And finally, I'd like to come back to where I started. Regardless you believe or not the religious text, you know, that, you know, constitute a significant part of our culture, but to the developers, do not forget to do good and to share it with others. Thank you very much.
Alex, thanks a lot. And still there is a question, you know, are there really the cases and the moments when you understand that maybe it's way too early to share, maybe it's the time to leave it for yourself? Are these the cases? I'm not speaking about the privacy data, but still.
Well, so as for the NGOs, I think there is a number of things where you actually get into the gray zone that might affect the personal data. So if you go, you know, like down to, you know, like where it can, you know, help the bad guys actually to make, you know, like to make their own pattern research and, you know, to.
So where is for you this red line between the privacy and openness? Because, you know, we hear also a lot, unless you open the whole data, you would be called like a closed organization whatsoever. You know, everybody have all the kind of notifications like and demands.
Well, that's a very good question. I would say that any information that if opened up, and we know it by some history of you know, closing environments, that it can help to target and threaten a person, it should not be yet opened.
Okay, thank you, Alex Sidorenko.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I'm again really delighted to introduce another speaker who represent, as I said, the most, not just the best, but the most credible media here. And I would say so even if though I wasn't running it, it's Hromadske.ua. And we often are asked, because we're all about sustainability, strategic planning, that what will you do next in 3 years, in 5 years? Where will you be in Twitter, in Facebook? What will you do with that platform or another? And we, while thinking all together, say that, you know, we will be where, you know, maybe something else would appear in a couple of days. We didn't know about some things a couple of years ago, and the person who knows it the best and who gives the most of their ideas and standing and kind of walking a few steps ahead, it's Andriy Pochtovy, who is running our digital. So Andriy, please welcome. And I listen myself. I'm very curious.
Hello, everyone. I'll be using the most popular language in the world, so it's a bad English. And I'll try to share some experience of mine or some experience stolen from my colleagues. First of all, we'll be talking about the effective communications and are we activists or are we journalists? Our audience don't care. They just getting some relevant content. And the main idea is given, like for us to be effective, is giving relevant content to relevant people in a particular time when they need it. So to get all these three parts of information, we're doing different things. First of all, when and where and who are our audience, who are these people actually. So we need to realize, I have my phone here, so I have all the notes here and all the sources and instruments I'm using, they're here too, so I'll be talking about that. What are we doing to know who are people who are visiting our website? You know, like Google Analytics or all the social media services which can help you to know your people and your audience better. I won't talk about that because you know that good too, but I'll be talking about big data. It's extremely popular topic now, and all the people in digital world are talking about that. All the people in digital world are gathering that, but not all of them know what to do with that. So what are we doing? We're gathering all the information, which is not criminal, so it's not the personal data. We're gathering interests of people, so everybody who's coming to our website, we remember what are people looking for. We know when they are doing that, and we also know where are they. So we know, because of that, we can imagine who are these people, because of their needs, because of their geographical location, and because of time when they're coming to our website. But how to use it? So the second step for us, we are just planning that. So we already gathered more than 3 million different users, user IDs. So some information which I was mentioned before, we gathered that for 2 previous months together with our digital partners. And secondly, we'll give relevant content to that people. So we'll be trying to give everybody who will be visiting our website news or stories or opinions or programs which will be interesting for that particular users. And if we'll be using different services on different platforms, talking about social media, chats, apps, we'll be gathering and we'll be using same information too. So our visitors and our users and people who will be following us will be getting the news which they're interested in a particular time when they'll be trying to find this news. So we'll be doing that first, before even they'll image that they need to go to our website and to look for something. Okay, so it was just intro for what I was talking about. You know, like there is a lot of different tendencies, and as I read yesterday from the Reuters report, in Greece already last year, more people were getting their information, the news and such an information from social media than from television and print newspapers. So you think that I'll be talking about social media, but you're already using it. I'm sure that all the NGOs which are presented here, they have their Facebook groups. They know that high quality content, well-designed content, viral content, and that's all the secrets which you need to know about social medias. But I won't be talking about social media because you as a digital people, I should say we as a digital people need to think 2 steps forward. And after that, I'll ask you, are you using messengers? So like, who's using messengers here? Okay, so I'm glad. So you know that messenger revolution is like are nowadays thing. And as I read today, YouTube is adding Messenger to YouTube app. Like in every phone and YouTube app, you'll have Messenger too. So they're adding it. So Google are the guys who are smart, who has good marketologists, so they know that messengers is something which will be successful and needed in the next 2 years. There is another thing. There is a WeChat app. This app is more popular than even Skype. And in China, not this year, like even few years before, you can you can call a taxi, or you can order food, or you can even get a bank credit using only that particular app. In Ukraine, it's not so popular. Like closer example for us, I know Kazakhstan, post-Soviet country, like not extremely digital developed country, even less digital developed than Ukraine. Messenger called WhatsApp, which was provided also by Ukrainian programmers and coders. So you can call a taxi there. You can even some public services workers, not like as a system, but it's normal practice for that country. They're using Messenger to get some documents from you, so they can ask you for that. So it's Kazakhstan, it's post-Soviet country. And we're not in China or Kazakhstan, but I'm not visiting Ukrainian, like mostly, I'm not visiting Ukrainian news websites because I don't need it. I'm just following them on messengers. And when Radiohead a few weeks ago published their new album, I got a push notification from chat I'm following from the public chat, and I got this information without using any news app or without using any kind of websites. I don't need it. I'm getting this information on my iPhone without them. But it's also I was talking now about nowadays, but talking about future. Messengers is not enough. Messengers are boring actually, because it's just a communication. Bots in messengers is the most interesting thing now, and now there is a lot of experiments there. We are doing that now, and I'm sure in the next few weeks we'll try to publish something. We'll try to do that. So CNN and Tech Insider already did it. They are not publishing something about their data, how everything changed and how much people are using these sources, but if you go to CNN web page, their Facebook page, you can join their messenger bot, which will be sending you every day like the most relevant and most interesting information. And you even can talk to this bot. You just can ask, like, I don't know, Trump, and go, and you'll get all the fails provided by this extremely popular American politician, or you even don't need to go to their website to read this news. If you push a button and in this app, it will give you like short, all this news as a short part of a general text on their website. How to start it? It's extremely easy. There is a Ukrainian startup called Bot Factory. And just for free, you can go there and ask them to provide a specific bot for you. You just need to choose a template, choose a sphere in which you'll be working in, and you'll get a simple bot which will communicate to your audience. So it will be like normal bot, not only the messenger stream. I forgot. No props. You can do that, but pretty popular now, like providing apps is pretty popular now. I'm a fan of the bots and messenger bots because it's easy and it's much cheaper. When you're planning to provide an app, you'll need to be ready that it will cost a lot because its user interface is like, it's a lot of design, a lot of coding. Everything we're talking about in messengers and chat is already done. For you, you just need to use this platform. Like if you'll be providing an app, like who's using Ukrainian mobile news apps here? I'm sure that like not a lot of you. Why? Why are they not successful or not popular? Because they are providing same services as the news media websites. Like you can go to the website or you can use an app. It's even easier to go to the website than to use an app, because like in browser you can you have a lot of different sources, a lot of different websites. In an app you have like just one or like few of them, if it's like an app which is informational like I don't know, aggregator. But there is a lot of great practices. Like if you are providing an app, you need to be sure that it's provide a pretty specific service for your audience, and people who'll be using it will know why do they use it. So it need to be something special. I'm talking about my favorite news app. I'm talking about Economist Espresso, which will give you all the information provided by economists. It will give you only 5 pieces of information every day, and 2 like international reviews, economical and like general political reviews. And that's all the information you can get from this app every day, like generally 7 pieces of information. Or there is another interesting source which perhaps will give you a few ideas, but it also saves, like if you're using this app, you're saving your time. I'm talking about Bullet News. It's a service which isn't providing you some, I don't know, huge number of news with a lot of details for you. It's saving your time. It's just giving you all the news in bullets, in few phrases, but it's enough for you to realize. I'm not talking like to you like just copy these ideas, but we need to teach and to find a way how to provide pretty specific and exclusive service in an app, but because it's the only way to make people use it. If it's not, if it can be done by few other apps, people will try to use them. So integration is another idea for medias or for activists, because it's pretty difficult to make people upload your app and start to use it. If you're like, I don't know, if you'll go to New York City, you don't need to use Uber app to call a taxi, because it's already integrated in your phone in your Google Maps app. Because there is too much informational buzz in our life. We are trying to make everything easier and everything integrated in one place. If we are sharing information, if we're talking to other people in our messengers, we would like to talk to authorities, to media, also in these messengers, because it's easier. It's only one like small part of your screen on the phone. You don't need like 10 apps. You need just one. If you can order a taxi or call a taxi in your Google Maps app, you won't use like 10 or 20 or 100 in other taxi apps, because it's already integrated and you don't need to do anything like to use it. So because it's comfortable and because it's time saving. And if we're doing something right, we are moving forward. If we're effective, we're moving forward. But as a person from a media, I know that if we're not doing anything, or if we're doing something not effective, we're actually not even staying on the same place. We're moving back, because all the competitors on the market are moving forward and doing right things. So we need to meet our audience needs and go where our audience is. And our audience is already in messengers, and our audience is already using bots. And we need to go there and find their needs there. So thank you.
Thank you. Wow, we still have 10 seconds. My question to you is, what was your most successful use case of those new apps and new trends which you just described, which you have tried at Hromadske so far? Or what are you thinking about doing in the first step?
Doing our first step. So first of all, we created a channel on Telegram, but it's manual channel on Telegram. And now we, like in few weeks, it will be Telegram bot, which will give you more information you need. Next step, so like it is like biggest challenge for me, because we gathered so much information about our users and their needs and their interests and their geolocation and about their timing when they are coming to find some news. My challenge is how to integrate this knowledge into our communication platform. So my dream is to make you use a Telegram bot which will be sending you news gathered specially for you. So like if you're interested in economy and politics, you won't get like too much cultural news. Or if you're reading only about news concerts in Eastern Europe, you'll get all the news about that because you're interested and it's relevant information for you. So it's my dream. Actually, it's not my dream, it's my plans for next few months.
It's nice when dreams are the plans.
Yeah.
So.
Something like that. And all the systems on the website which will be based on our editorial policy and also on our audience needs. And for the most interesting thing here will be where is the line between editorial policy, because we as a media should be responsible for the information and for the focuses which we're making, and this line should be between our editorial policy and people needs and interests, because I'm not able to make people read about Poroshenko press conference if they'd like to read about Okan Elzy concert in Kiev. So how to find this? I don't know.
Great. Well, I wish you all the success, and I hope that next year you will have another presentation when you will share the lessons learned from introducing that project.
Perhaps I'll be fired till that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before we go into our closing remarks, I would like to invite for a short presentation I'd like to invite Luna Kalash from TechSoup and Rusłana Wieliczko from OPORA, and they will tell us a little bit details about an upcoming project called Apps for Cities. Luna, Rusłana.
Thank you. No, thanks. Hi. Just to tell you immediately that we are not hijacking the agenda. There are minutes dedicated for our presentation, but the names were not there. So there, a little surprise from our side. Fun fact, Ruslana and I are working on a project that we are going to shortly present here, but we don't speak the same language. So we are slowly but surely becoming the living proof that you can collaborate even if you don't speak the same language. And there are some factors that help with that. And I think it's that our organizations are sharing similar values, so we don't need to explain each other constantly. That we have amazing colleagues that are helping with translation, and that we have some technological tools, right? Like Google translating emails, etc. Ruslana is basically the project manager of what I'm going to tell you about, and I'm just going to put it in a bit of a context. What happened today and what are we planning in the coming months? So, Personal Democracy Forum is part of a bigger story. The bigger story is called Apps for Cities project, and TechSoup and OPORA are implementing this in partnership and with the generous support from National Endowment for Democracy and the Mott Foundation. The point of the project is to engage civil society actors, whether they are actual non-profits or just civic activists or independent journalists, or basically whoever feels the need to get engaged in working with open data. And through this project we are planning on teaching people some methods, promoting it, and having an apps challenge. And I'm very happy that we are talking about it now because Krzysztof and Alex basically just said why is it important that civil society works with open data. That it's basically, it's going to make our work better. We are going to find information that we might have not been aware before. And we can produce things or have initiatives tailored based on the open data. So Ruslana, please, if you give us some details and dates and invite the crowd to join us later.
Дякую. В ідеальному світі влада спочатку відкриває дані, а потім громадяни вже розробляють відповідно від цих даних сервіси. В Україні дещо навпаки. Тому ми змушені спочатку розробляти сервіси для того, щоб змусити врешті владу відкрити для нас потрібні дані. Не організаційну структуру департаментів, а дані, які спростять життя громадян. І саме тому ми, ОПОРА, разом з TechSoup зараз впроваджуємо новий проект, який буде називатися Apps for Cities. В рамках цього проекту завтра вже відбудеться перший воркшоп, який називається «Відкриті дані міст» та Civic Tech. З чого починати? Завтра наші колеги будуть розказувати про те, як було в них, що таке Civic Tech, як це працює в світі і взагалі, чи є це в Україні. Я би хотіла зруйнувати один міф для того, щоб впроваджувати і розробляти сервіси, і впроваджувати їх в життя. Насправді не треба бути технарем. Тому ви в своїх роздаткових, можливо, бачили інформацію про наш проект, тому реєструйтеся, будь ласка, на наші воркшопи, приєднуйтеся до нас для того, щоб зробити наше життя простішим. І в кожному спічі має бути жарт, тому зараз жарт. Якось роблячи картинку, в слові «відкриті дані» я пропустила буквочку «К». І вийшло «відриті дані». Тому давайте відриємо дані і зробимо наше життя простіше.
Дякую. Thanks a lot, and I think it was a great day, and it's exactly the time for the final note. And we are closing, so we are very happy to welcome on this stage Alina Romanovsky, who is a coordinator of the US Assistance to Europe, Eurasia, Central Asia from the Department of State. So please, you are welcome, and thanks a lot for your time, for being with us.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and I'm sure all of you are ready to go out and enjoy a little bit more of Kyiv, but unfortunately you're going to have to listen to me for about 10 minutes. To close the session and to do something that I think is very important, and that is to remind everyone and applaud the success of civil society. I was in the background listening to an amazing discussion of the technology that has been brought, that all of you are using to get out a message and to get out the work that you do. And it reminded me of how far all of you and we have come in this region in terms of just mobilizing civil society and becoming active, engaged members of democracies. So I'm really grateful to be here today and to take part in this important meeting, which I think has also brought activists from across Europe and Eurasia to share their experiences and best practices with their counterparts, and I hope you've had a chance to do that. But as someone who oversees U.S. assistance to this region, which I'll talk a little bit more, this is, all of you here is what we call a force multiplier. And I see very much that the investments that not only the U.S. has made, but others, someone referred to international donors, that we've been making over 25 years are continuing to pay dividends, and important dividends. And activists from countries that have been phased out of our assistance, such as the change makers from Poland, are here to share their experiences with all of you that still need critical support from all of the international donors and those here in Ukraine who support you. And I'm sure that others who have strong civil society organizations elsewhere have also benefited greatly from what they've learned here. But I also want to thank you for inspiring us. I mentioned that the United States has been sending foreign assistance to this region for at least 25 years. In 1989, and then again in 1991, we saw that many countries in Central and Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, free for the first time since World War II, were determined to take on their own political destiny. So for the past 25 years, we've worked with our European partners to support these countries as they reform their political and economic systems. And we're inspired by those of you who have worked tirelessly to do this and to help your country and your citizens adopt the very painful reforms that were needed to advance your democratic transitions. And I want to just pause for a minute to also say that as active civil society organizations, and you were talking about social media and technology, I think it is very important to help the public and the citizens of this region and the country that are still trying to figure out what reforms, what is the impact of reforms that their governments are undertaking, and how, and to understand why in many cases it is good over the long run for the prosperity and the freedom of their country. Sometimes that is very hard for people to understand because there are many voices that are probably not so interested in supporting those reforms. But it is important, I think, to also have a robust discussion about the impact and why it's important to undertake those. We, as the United States, that has also helped to sponsor this conference, you've inspired us to redouble our efforts and increase our assistance so that the reform goals that you've set and that your citizens have set have become a reality. We've directed much more of our support to fighting corruption, to increasing transparency and accountability, and building a government that serves its people effectively and efficiently. For the past 2 years, we've joined our European, Canadian, and multilateral partners to ramp up our assistance to support such reforms in Ukraine in particular, although we also do it across this region. Since the crisis, just to highlight what we have done here in Ukraine, since the crisis began in 2014, we've committed almost $1.3 billion in assistance to advance these reforms and strengthen institutions, to provide the humanitarian relief that has been needed, to help Ukraine more safely monitor and secure its borders and preserve its territorial integrity. And I am here on this visit for the next couple of days, engaging both with civil society and with the government and parliamentarians to understand better what the trajectory for reforms will continue to be here, and the challenges and the ways in which we can help both the government and both civil society. We are making a big investment in Ukraine. I just also came from Georgia. We're continuing to make a very strong investment in Georgia and Moldova and the Western Balkans. We've been inspired also because we see the challenges that you continue to face. Many old guard corrupt politicians are still in their chairs. Corrupt prosecutions against the Yanukovych era are still to be undertaken. And a media sector is still largely financially dependent on vested interests. Nevertheless, I think in this very short period, we've seen some really important triumphs here in Ukraine. I want to highlight a few. The reanimation package of reforms, coalition of over 300 academics, experts, civil society activists have created a really unified front for democratic reforms that the government cannot ignore. And I have on my desk actually their pamphlets that help me to remind what the successes on the reforms, but equally what is still yet to be done. Through their expert analysis and dogged advocacy, I think over 60 of their laws have been passed since the revolution, including laws establishing the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, and bringing Ukraine closer to a European path the Ukrainians have chosen as a free, modern, and democratic state. Civil society, I'm sort of preaching to the choir, I think, have played a critical role overseeing the implementation of these reforms. And I go back to my plea to please help those who are still wondering why reforms are taken and why reforms sometimes are hard to undertake, why they are so important. And however, whatever tools you use to do that, it is critical. So I just want to say that, again, civil society has been indispensable to Ukraine's efforts to decentralize governance in line with European standards, to help the Ukraine and other countries move closer in this region to a more to their more Euro-Atlantic inspiration. We will continue to support civil society. We believe very strongly that civil society is one of the strongest pillars of prosperous and open and free democracies. And those of you who are here trying to find new ways to get out your message and to inform the public, I think you can share your best practices. This is a endeavor that is never over. Many of you are probably watching what is going on in the United States. Our civil society is vibrant. It is very active, has an active voice in helping to inform the American public about what is important to the United States. So for us, civil society is a critical component of strong democracies and of freedom and of prosperity. So again, I'm very glad to have been part of speaking to you, but most importantly, continuing to help civil society prosper in this region. It is so critical given the challenges that I think many of the countries and the citizens here still face. So again, I applaud your work today, and you have the support and the assistance, frankly, of the United States government as well as the Americans who are part of our own civil society and believe strongly in it. So with that, I know it's been a long day, and I want to again thank you for letting me come and speak as a closing speaker. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot. That was Alina Romanovsky, the coordinator for the U.S. assistance to Europe, Eurasia, Central Asia. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, how do you feel? Oh, I see that you're ready for the after.
It's time something after.
Maybe we should use this and actually sing something. You know, we come unprepared. Kiss? No. Oh yes, I knew that you'll be waiting for this. No, we're gonna wait with the kisses for the second PDF in Ukraine. We cannot, run out of ideas on the first one. Before we finish, I just want to tell you. This is always the sad moment, months of work, hours of nervousness, preparations, and then boom, 9 hours and we're done. And you feel like, oh, what's going to happen next? But I hope, I'm really happy that I met so many new people today, and I hope that you did too. I saw many conversations happening. And I want to tell you about one conversation which I had 5 years ago in Washington, D.C. Back then, PDFUA Foundation had only 2 people, myself and a colleague of mine, Daniel. We were sitting on a dinner of like 50 or 60 activists. The table was packed, there was no room. Suddenly, my colleague had to leave to take a phone call, and a person sits next to me and he says, "Hello, my name is Andrew Rashe, and I do Personal Democracy Forum." And that's how basically it started, and that's how we started to organize the first PDFCE, and later on. And back then we had no idea that just from that accidental meeting, we will start to grow this community. Because the one thing we have always seen is that the community in Central and Eastern Europe is superb. There's a lot of activists, there's a lot of NGOs, there's also a lot of countries, a lot of languages, a lot of alphabets. And to not have this moment of sadness after every event we organize, we created Transparency, basically, to provide a platform which will allow us to stay in touch, to meet regularly, because there's PDF Ukraine, but there's also Point, in Balkans. There will be some event in South Caucasus happening later this year. Then there is PDFC gathering people happening in Poland. And we believe that there is a great potential in this region, and we wanted to create a platform simply which will show it to us, because how we grow the network is very simple. We go to one another and we ask, like, hey Natalia, you're a cool journalist, give me names of 3 other cool journalists. We don't have to do it right now. It's just, this is how peer-to-peer connections is how we grow. But if you have an idea, there are some countries where there's only like couple of NGOs or one NGO doing open data and transparency, and they sometimes feel a little bit alone. But then they can find the comfort knowing that there is a bigger community in other countries doing similar things, so they can talk to themselves, talk to each other, and basically learn from that. And we also are scaling projects, trying to overcome all of those you may think obstacles, but we share a lot of similar things, solutions, values, and so on, taking from one country to another, making it easier for other countries and other NGOs to adopt. So
this is my time to be sentimental.
Okay, go sentimental.
And, that's exactly what I also would love to remind, that it was 3 years ago when I first come to the PDF Warsaw, and it's all about how you appreciate the network. Right after we done a number of projects with people I met there from Ukraine, we didn't manage to do the things before, but we met in Warsaw, and it's a long-term cooperation. And today I met Alex Sidorenko, who was on this stage, and he said, like, we as always here in Ukraine, we thinking that, oh, something's going too slow, the reforms are too slow, we want to have more. And he said, like, you know, do you remember 3 years ago you were doing that things, you were in Warsaw? There was no Hromadske, there was no idea, any hint that PDF would be in Ukraine. So I think in these times we are very much in a rush with all the technologies, but these are the great moments when you can kind of reflect and understand how much we have achieved and how much still is possible to do. So I really would like to think in your mind, what were you doing 3 years ago, and just imagine how much we can achieve in another year. So with that thought, we would almost leave you, and we are very sure that PDF Ukraine will be next year with the help of our sponsors, of course.
Of course. But first of all, I would like to really thank all of our speakers. Let's thank them, because they done a great job. They gave us a lot of food for thought, you say? Or food for thought? Thought for food? Never mind. A lot of things to think about.
Things to do.
Exactly. I would like to thank all of you who stayed through the whole day, enjoyed the presentations, and just to the audience. Now, we are here thanks to our sponsors, who are Department of State, Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, and NED. Let's thank them.
And we definitely have to, would love to remember all this organization. I Państwo, OPORA, Transparency, TechSoup, all the partners like Personal Democracy Media, Hromadske, UNDP, and of course the media partners like BTV, Platforma, and Hromadske Prostor. There are a lot of Hromadske. Okay, and my final thing would be, for those who are using transfer, who stays in hotels, at 7 p.m. there would be buses leaving to Kozacki and to where you stay, so it would be at 7 p.m.
Yes, and my two final things will be, first one, you see on the stage speakers, you see, today you saw Natalia, you saw me, but there's actually much more people involved in this, on the organization of this event. And I would like to thank, starting with Ania Kuliberda. Ania, where are you? I want to thank Alicja Peszkowska. There you are. Palina Brodik, who was doing amazing work with the volunteers. And with this, in this moment, also all the volunteers who are on the airport, here, the train station, basically everywhere. Yuri Lisowski from OPORA. Where are you? And our great DJ over there, who was giving us music. And many people, you know, there was, I don't know, over 30 people from TechSoup, from OPORA, some from państwo, like Marta Skotnicka, who we should also thank. And this is a network effort or community effort, and I hope that next year we're gonna see each other here in Kiev. I know, save it, come on, oh, you spoiled it. And of course, she always does it. And lastly, I wanted to thank you, Natalia.
Thank you, yeah.
And thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so have fun today.
And now, now those are the two most important announcements. There are beverages which are cold, waiting just outside, and there will be buses at 7, and then at 8 we have the after party in Barbara Bar. Very important thing, you can go into the after party with your badge only. But just see you there at 8. Bye.